Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning. Chapter 1. Nora. The toxin burns through my veins like liquid fire, twisting through my limbs, setting my nerves alight with agony. Each breath is a raw wound against my ribs, shallow and desperate, as I stumble forward into the ruins. The air here is heavier, thick with the remnants of old magic that hums against my skin. I do not belong in this place. No living thing does. I have nowhere else to run. Branches snap in the distance, the low murmur of voices cutting through the oppressive silence. Dark elves. My heartbeat stutters, and I push myself forward, knowing they will not grant me the mercy of a swift death. They want me to suffer. They want to drag me back to Oshta and display my broken body to the others as a warning. A healer should never be a threat. But the Purna are. The trees thin, the canopy giving way to looming black structures jutting out from the earth, ancient stones swallowed by vines and rot. The ruins stretch out before me, twisted spires and broken archways etched with sigils I can barely recognize. My legs falter, my knees buckling beneath me. Number, not yet. I slam my palm against the jagged wall beside me, steadying myself. The stone is ice cold beneath my fingertips, leaching the fevered heat from my skin, but it does nothing to stop the poison from threading deeper into my blood. My magic remains dormant, locked away by the dark elves' cruel alchemy. My greatest weapon, rendered useless. I glance over my shoulder, my vision flickering. Shadows move between the trees, a dozen figures, maybe more. Their footfalls are soundless, but I can feel them, slinking closer, closing in. I am going to die, but I refuse. Summoning the last of my strength, I turn and stagger deeper into the ruins, weaving through the shattered remnants of a forgotten city. The architecture is not elven or human. It is something older, something that does not belong to the living. The deeper I move, the colder it becomes, the very air pressing in around me, thick with dormant power. Something watches from the shadows. My foot catches on a stray piece of rubble, and I crash forward onto my hands. Pain lances up my wrists, but I barely feel it. My head swims, my vision narrowing to a single point as I force myself to look up. And there it is. A colossal statue, looming over the ruins like a silent sentinel. The gargoyle is monstrous, massive, even crouched, its black stone body carved with ancient runes, its wings half folded behind its back. Its chest is hollow, as if something had been carved out of it, leaving nothing but an empty void where its heart should be. The closer I look, the more I notice. The sigils covering its skin pulse faintly, as if reacting to my presence. I recognize some of them, old Purna markings that should have faded centuries ago. It was bound. Below it, on the stone, there are ancient symbols. Rhaegar, the mighty warlord. It should be nothing but stone and memory. And yet, as I meet the beast's sightless golden eyes, a cold shiver rolls down my spine. It feels like it is looking back. A blade sings through the air. I barely react in time. I twist, the steel biting across my shoulder instead of my throat. The impact sends me sprawling onto my back, a cry tearing from my lips as pain erupts down my arm. I clutch at the wound, hot blood slicking my fingers, and stare up at the figure looming over me. A dark elf. His silver hair gleams in the moonlight, his skin obsidian dark, his crimson eyes gleaming with cruel amusement. "Little Purna," he murmurs, crouching over me, pressing the tip of his blood-stained dagger to my throat. "Did you really think you could run?" I can't move. My body is too heavy, my limbs too weak. The poison has won. I am going to die. Again my gaze drags toward the statue, toward those sightless golden eyes that seem to bore into my soul. I have no magic, no weapons, no chance of survival, but I have one thing left, my blood. I barely feel the sharp sting as I drag my nails across my palm, opening a thin line in my skin. The dark elf sees the movement and laughs, shaking his head. "What are you doing?" I don't answer. Instead, I press my bleeding palm against the stone. The air ignites. A deep, guttural sound rumbles through the ruins, the very ground quaking beneath me. The elf stumbles back, his face twisting in shock as the gargoyle shudders. Cracks spiderweb across the statue's surface. The sigils ignite, a burning gold that sears through the darkness. And then it moves. The sound it makes is not human, not natural. A deep, ragged breath, as if it's the first time it inhaled air in centuries. Stone grinds against stone, pieces falling away, revealing flesh beneath, dark like molten obsidian, veined with flickers of ember-red light. The elf doesn't hesitate. He lunges for me again, his blade flashing, but he never reaches me. A massive clawed hand shoots forward, closing around the elf's throat. The snap of bone is deafening. The gargoyle rises, wings unfurling, casting the ruins into shadow. He is not whole. He is shifting, half-formed, caught between stone and something else entirely. And he is hungry. His head tilts, golden eyes locking onto mine. Something deep in my chest pulls toward him, the bond already coiling around us, twining through my ribs, my veins, my soul. I can barely breathe. My magic surges, waking up as if in recognition. The dark elf's lifeless body drops beside me, discarded like an afterthought. I cannot move, cannot run. I am bound. The gargoyle crouches, those searing golden eyes drinking me in. His voice is a low growl, rough with disuse, ancient and powerful. "You should not have done that." My vision fades at last, the world tipping sideways. The last thing I feel is the pull of the bond, sinking deep into my bones. I hear my own heartbeat, slowing to match his.
Chapter 2. Rhaegar, the first thing I feel is pain. It is not the slow, creeping agony of old wounds or the numbing weight of stone sleep. It is something deeper, something raw, a fire igniting in a long-dead body, a forgotten hunger stirring awake. I was not meant to wake. Still I breathe. The air is overflowing with the stench of blood and magic, two things that should not mix but now coil around me like a summoning. My body shifts, half solid, half formed, caught between the realms of flesh and stone. I feel the heavy pulse of the bond, new, fragile, and yet already anchored deep within me. My eyes snap open. A girl lies before me, her body slumped against the ruins, dark hair fanned out over shattered stone. Blood trickles from the cut on her palm, sinking into the ancient runes beneath her. My runes. The bond flares, a deep pull in my chest, a hollow, aching need that I have not felt in centuries. She has awakened me. Her magic is familiar, something that I should loathe with every part of my being. But now, she is mine. I inhale sharply, testing the limits of my form. My limbs are unsteady, the weight of my existence shifting as the curse fights against its breaking. The stone still clings to me, reluctant to let me go. My left arm remains frozen, rough and cracked, while the right burns with raw flesh, veins glowing ember red beneath obsidian skin. My wings tremble, half-formed, more shadow than substance. Imperfect, incomplete. The realization sends a ripple of fury through me. I was a warlord once, a force that kings alike feared. And now? Now I am half a man, half a monster. I bare my teeth, a low growl vibrating deep in my chest. A body lies sprawled beside her, a dark elf, lifeless, his throat crushed beneath my claws. I do not remember killing him. The instinct must have taken over, the violence as natural as breath. His kind have always hunted mine, though I do not remember why. I should not care. My gaze drags back to her. The bond coils tighter. I kneel beside her, studying her face. Too pale. Her heartbeat is slow, faltering, dangerously weak. She is dying, and I do not know why that bothers me. I reach for her without thinking. The moment my fingers brush her skin, I feel her magic surge through me. Even tainted, even weakened, it is intoxicating. Power licks up my arm, sharp and bright, sinking deep into my bones. I inhale sharply and I feel truly alive. A curse and a blessing bound together in the frail body of a dying Purna. The temptation to take more lingers at the deepest recesses of my mind. If I consume her fully, I could be whole again. The thought sends a shudder through me. It should not be so easy to entertain. And yet the hunger is already there, stretching its talons through my ribs, whispering its cruel truths. She is only human, a creature meant to burn bright and die young, while I have endured centuries of slumber. Her life is fleeting. Mine was stolen. It would not be a crime to take back what was once mine. I clench my jaw, wrenching my hand away. I shove down the hunger, forcing myself to focus. This girl woke me, bound me. That means she is useful. For now. I glance toward the darkened tree line. The scent of elves lingers. There were more. They will come looking for their missing man. And when they do, they will find a monster waiting. I shift my grip beneath her, lifting her as if she weighs nothing. She doesn't stir. Her body is warm but fragile, far too mortal for what she has done. Her head lolls against my chest, the delicate curve of her neck exposed. Her pulse beats faintly beneath her skin. Weak. She will not last long unless I find a way to strengthen her. I inhale again, forcing myself to ignore the scent of her magic, the sharp pull in my chest that demands more. Instead, I unfurl my wings, what little remains of them, and push off the ground, launching us into the shadows of the ruins. The night swallows us whole. I find shelter in a hollowed-out temple, its pillars cracked and weathered, the old sigils nearly erased by time. This place was not built by elves or men. It was built for creatures like me. I set her down gently, an act that should mean nothing, but somehow it does. She stirs slightly, a quiet sound escaping her lips. Not pain, not fear. Something else. The flicker of a dream, perhaps. I watch her, arms folded, forcing myself to remain still. She is not beautiful in the way of elves, too human, fragile, but there is something about her that unsettles me. I could understand if she was a warrior, a killer. But she is neither. A healer. I feel her magic. A creature meant to mend, not destroy. And yet she has done something far worse than death. She has bound herself to me. She is mine. She does not know what that means, but she will. The night deepens, the air thick with the scent of coming rain. I sit beside her, watching the slow rise and fall of her chest. The hunger stirs again, coiling tight in my gut. Soon.
Chapter 3. Nora. I wake to the scent of smoke and stone. It clings to the air, thick and cloying, settling deep in my lungs as I struggle for breath. My body feels wrong, too heavy, too drained, as though something vital has been leached from me while I slept. Pain flares in my limbs, a slow burning ache that pulses beneath my skin. My fingers twitch against rough stone, the cold surface grounding me as my senses sluggishly return. Where am I? I try to move. Something shifts in the darkness beside me. A presence, vast and unmoving. Watching. Not human. My eyes snap open. The chamber around me is massive, its towering pillars stretching toward a ceiling lost in shadow. Faint moonlight filters through the cracks above, illuminating the walls etched with runes I do not recognize. The air hums with something old, a dormant power, pressing against my skin like a whispering breath. And then I see him. He is crouched a few feet away, wings half unfurled, the embers beneath his obsidian skin pulsing like a dying star. He does not move, but his golden eyes gleam in the dim light, locked onto me with a hunger that is far too focused. A memory slices through my mind. The ruins, the pact, my blood. I gasp, lurching upright, too fast. The world tilts violently and my stomach clenches in protest. A rough sound rumbles from his chest. Not quite a growl, not quite amusement. Careful, little healer. His voice is deep, rough with disuse, gravel scraping over stone. You are weaker than you think. I rub my temple, swallowing down the nausea. He is right. Something is wrong. My magic should have healed me by now. My body should be fighting back, not sinking further into exhaustion. But it isn't. And I know why. The bond, the weight in my chest is not my own. It is his. I lift my gaze back to him, my heart pounding. What did you do to me? One brow lift. I saved you. A sharp, humourless laugh escapes me. You mean you bound me. The words taste like iron, bitter and unyielding. I should have known better. No magic is freely given, not in Protheka. Every spell, every act of power has a cost, and I have paid mine. I shove away from the stone, ignoring the shake in my limbs as I put as much distance between us as possible. He does not move, does not blink, but I feel the weight of his attention like a physical thing, curling against my skin. Why am I still alive? I demand. You could have killed me, you. I still might, he interrupts. A cold spike of fear lodges beneath my ribs, but I force myself to meet his gaze. I will not cower. Rhaegar tilts his head, studying me like a predator toying with its prey. You offered your blood, he says, low and dark. You made the pact. You called me back. I didn't know what I was doing, I snap. I didn't know it will do this. I thought I'll just wake you to take down my enemies with me. His eyes narrow, and I feel the tremor of power ripple through him. The air crackles, heated by the slow burn of something ancient and volatile. That does not matter. The words settle deep, a finality in them that unnerves me. My pulse hammers. I reach for my magic, instinct, reflex, desperation. The moment I do, a sharp pull yanks through my chest. The bond tightens. I gasp, hands flying to my ribs as something drains from me, slipping through unseen threads, feeding into him. The embers in his veins flare. A flash of recognition crosses his face, quick but unmistakable. His fingers curl, as if suppressing the urge to reach for me. He feels it too. Dread coils in my gut. What did you do? He shifts, the movement slow and deliberate, his massive frame unfolding as he stands to his full height. Towering, imposing, not fully stone, not fully flesh. You are my tether now, he says. I shake my head, stepping back. No. Yes, he murmurs, voice quieter this time, more certain. You should be dead, little Purna, but you are not. His eyes burn into mine, something fierce and unrelenting. Because you are keeping me alive. The world tilts again, not from exhaustion this time, from understanding. I clutch my arms, the weight of what he is saying slamming into me. I'm keeping him alive. Every moment he remains in this half-formed state, he is feeding from me. I stagger backward. Then I'll sever it. He laughs, a cruel, hollow sound. You think it's so easy? I grit my teeth. It has to be. Try, he challenges. I do. I reach inward, toward the thread that binds us, feeling for the break, for the severance, the release. A wave of pain shudders through me, I touch it. My vision darkens at the edges. My lungs seize. I try again, pulling at the bond with every ounce of will I have left. It tightens further. And I realise, with a sickening twist of horror, that it will not break. Not without killing both of us. My breath comes faster, uneven. What have you done? He does not answer, because he already knows, and now so do I. I do not just belong to him. I am part of him. What do I call you, human? His words break through my thoughts. I frown, but opens my mouth to reply, Nora.
Chapter 4. Rygar. Nora, I murmur under my breath as I intently gaze at her form. She trembles before me, her fingers curling into the stone beneath her, as if it is the only thing keeping her grounded. I watch the realization settle into her bones, the full, suffocating weight of our bond pressing against her fragile mortal mind. She is beginning to understand, and she hates it. I should not care. There is something satisfying in the way her breath hitches, the way her pulse flutters at the base of her throat, fast and erratic. She is afraid, but she does not run. You knew, she whispers, her voice raw with something she does not want to name. You knew the moment I woke up that this bond wouldn't break. I tilt my head. Of course. Her teeth clench. The anger in her is a soft thing, fragile in comparison to what I have seen in warriors and kings, but it burns hot and bright, like a dying ember that refuses to be snuffed out. Fascinating. I should kill you. The words are a whisper, but they curl through the air with venom, curling against my skin. Amusement flickers through me. You could try. Her magic flares, weak, still tainted by the toxin, but present enough that it buzzes against my senses. She wants to fight me. The thought sends a dark thrill through my blood, deep and primal. She will lose, but I would enjoy it. Instead, she exhales sharply, reeling herself back from the edge. Her fingers twitch at her sides before she presses her palms flat against her thighs, steadying herself. She is learning. The fire in her is controlled now, no longer reckless. She is dangerous in a way she does not yet understand. She swallows hard, forcing her chin higher. Then, what do you want? The question is a sharp thing, meant to wound. It does not, because she is asking the wrong question. I take a step closer, slow and deliberate, watching as her body tenses. She does not retreat. Little healer, I murmur, low and dark. You already know what I want. Her throat bobs. She knows. She has known since the moment she felt the bond. I am hungry, and she is the only thing that keeps me from fading into nothing. She takes a shuddering breath, her pulse hammering in her throat. You need me. The words are careful now, measured. She is testing the waters, searching for something she might be able to use against me. Smart, but not smart enough. I do, I admit, watching the way her pupils dilate. But do not mistake my dependence for weakness, little one. You are mine because I allow it. She scoffs. I bound you, monster, not the other way around. I laugh then, a deep, rich sound that echoes through the ruined chamber. She flinches. I could let her have this delusion, This fragile belief that she is the one in control. But I do not believe in lies. I close the remaining distance between us in a single step, my movements slow and unforgiving. She backs up instinctively, only to hit the cold wall of the temple behind her. Cornered! Her breathing picks up, shallow and uneven, but she holds my gaze. Stubborn little thing. Good. She will need that stubbornness to survive what comes next. I brace one hand beside her head, fingers curling against the ancient stone as I lean in, my voice dropping into something lethal, something meant to remind her of what I am. You made a bargain, little healer. One that has no loophole, no escape. You are bound to me, and I am bound to you. If I die, you die. If you sever the bond, we both perish. So do not speak to me of control when you hold just as much of a noose around your neck as I do. Her lips part, her breath hitching. She hates what I am saying, but she cannot deny it. A beat of silence passes between us, thick and smothering. Then she does something I do not expect. She lifts her chin and smirks. I guess that means you can't kill me, either. Something in my blood sparks, something dark and unchained. She is right, and I hate it. I inhale deeply, catching the faintest trace of her scent beneath the lingering stench of blood and magic. She smells like something sweet and untamed, like the sharp bite of winter air and the warmth of something forbidden. A dangerous scent. I push away from the wall, releasing her from the trap of my body. She blinks, startled by the sudden space between us. Good. She should not get too comfortable. Very well, I say, rolling my shoulders, feeling the weight of my half-formed wings shift. If we are to be bound together, then we will need rules. Her brows furrow. Rules? Yes. I tilt my head, watching her carefully. You will not run from me. She bristles. That's not a rule. That's a command. It is both. Her jaw tightens, but she does not argue. Smart girl. What else? She asks, crossing her arms. I smile then, slow and sharp. You will not try to kill me in my sleep. Her lips press into a thin line, which means she was planning to. I chuckle. And in return, I will not devour you while you sleep. Her face pales. Good. She should be afraid. I do not know how long I will be able to fight the hunger growing inside me. Her mouth opens, but before she can speak, a sound echoes through the ruins. Distant, a soft click of steel against stone. She hears it too because her body goes rigid. Dark elves? Coming this way. I glance toward the entrance of the temple, stretching out my senses. There are 3. No, 4. Moving in formation, hunters. Nora grips the fabric of her torn tunic, her nails digging into the cloth. Her pulse races. They are coming for her. And they will have to go through me first. I roll my shoulders, letting the molten heat beneath my skin flare brighter, hotter. My hunger roars to life, uncoiling like a beast in the dark. The girl does not yet understand what she has woken. Orcs. Gargoyles. Vampires. Ice monsters. Demons of the dark. These beasts seek war, destruction, and power. And there's only one thing that can tame them.
Love.
This is your chance to get the uncut and unabridged audiobook bundle.
No detail is spared.
Use discount code YouTube30 for an additional 30% off of the already discounted price.
Go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Get access to countless audiobooks and discounted bundles where I talk you through every last scene.
Protheka's magic is eternal. Audio bundles will make it immersive. Chapter 5. Nora. The sound of approaching footfalls is too light, too careful. Hunters. My breath catches, the weight of the realization pressing against my ribs. They have found me. Of course they have. The dark elves always find their prey. The old temple offers little protection. The roof is half collapsed, moonlight filtering through in broken fragments. There is nowhere to hide, no way to run. I am still too weak, my magic tangled and slow, my body not yet recovered from the bond, from him. Rhaegar shifts beside me, his molten gaze flickering toward the entrance. His wings, still more shadow than substance, curl at the edges, like a beast scenting the air before a kill. How many? I whisper, barely daring to move. 4, he says. His voice is quiet, unhurried. Hunters. My stomach clenches. They are not just soldiers. Hunters are specialists. They do not miss. They do not fail. They have been trained to track and kill creatures like me, and creatures like him. The temple's silence stretches thin, suffocating. The scent of blood and damp earth lingers in the air. The stone beneath my hands is slick with condensation, cold seeping into my bones. Suddenly a whisper of movement. The first arrow strikes. I flinch, but Rhaegar moves faster. His wings snap outward, half-formed and shimmering with unnatural darkness. The arrow meant for my throat shatters against his skin, the force of it barely making him flinch. A heartbeat later, another comes, aimed lower, toward me. He moves again, a snarl ripping from his lips. His arm sweeps across my chest, knocking me back just before the arrow embeds itself in the stone where I had been. I barely have time to think before the hunters step into the temple. Dark elves. Their silver hair gleams under the moonlight, long daggers glinting in their hands. They move with the practiced ease of killers, their crimson eyes locked onto me with something hungry, merciless. The tallest of them tilts his head, appraising the scene. His gaze flickers over Rhaegar, his shifting form, his 2 dark eyes. A slow, predatory smile spreads across his face. Impossible, he murmurs, rolling his shoulders. You should be stone. Rhaegar does not answer, but I feel the heat building beneath his skin, the slow, simmering rage winding through his body. The lead hunter clicks his tongue, gaze returning to me. You should have run faster, Purna. I bare my teeth, forcing my chin up. You should have aimed better. He laughs. Brave little thing, he muses. His blade shifts, glinting as he moves closer. But bravery will not save you, not from us, and certainly not from him. His eyes flick toward Rhaegar again, assessing, curious, but there's a hint of understanding in there. My stomach drops as realization flickers across his face. He sees it. He knows. The bond. They must have sensed it. The way my magic has twisted, the way my aura now flickers with something wrong. The hunter exhales sharply, a smirk curling at the tips of his lips. Oh, little healer, he murmurs. What have you done? Rhaegar moves. It is not human movement. It is too fast, too fluid. One moment, he is beside me. The lead hunter's throat is in his grip. A sharp crack. The elf's body goes limp, his neck snapping like brittle bone. A beat of silence. Then chaos. The remaining hunters move as one, their blades flashing in the dark. Rhaegar does not falter. He is a storm-given form, a living nightmare. His wings unfurl, half-formed but still powerful enough to send one of the elves staggering back. Claws, because that is what they are now, what his fingers have twisted into, slash across another hunter's chest, parting leather and flesh. A scream. Blood spatters across the stone. I should move. I should help. But I am frozen, trapped between awe and terror as I watch him unleash himself. This is not just a fight. This is a slaughter. The third hunter lunges toward me, blade angled for my ribs. Instinct takes over. I duck, but I am too slow. The edge bites into my arm, pain lancing through me. I stumble back, vision blurring for half a second. Too long. A mistake. I feel the air shift, the weight of another hunter at my back. I turn, but I'm too late. The dagger plunges into my stomach. I inhale sharply. For a moment there is nothing. No pain, no fear. Just the sudden, cold shock of it. Suddenly there's fire. It burns, radiating outward, spreading through my limbs with a cruel, consuming heat. I choke on my own breath, my knees giving out beneath me. The hunter pulls the blade free, a slow, deliberate motion, as if savouring the moment. I gasp, blood pooling between my fingers. Distantly I hear Rhaegar snarl. And then he is there. I do not see what happens next. But I hear it, the wet, sickening crack of breaking bone, the gurgled scream as the hunter dies. And then hands are on me. Not cruel, not unkind, strong, unyielding. Purna. I try to focus, try to breathe. The world is tilting, my vision fading. But I feel him, his heat, his strength, the crushing weight of the bond pulsing between us. I blink up at him, barely seeing. His face is blurred at the edges, but his eyes, those molten, unforgiving eyes, are clear. You cannot die, he growls. A demand, a command. I try to laugh, but it comes out as a choked, wet sound. I think... My fingers twitch, failing to grasp at him. I think I already have. And then the darkness takes me.
Chapter 6. Rhaegar. She is dying. The bond between us is fraying, slipping through my grasp like sand through clawed fingers. I feel it in the way her heartbeat stutters, in the way her breaths shallow into nothing more than ghosts of air. It is an unbearable truth, one I refuse to accept. Because she cannot die. Not when she is the only thing tethering me to this world. Not when I have barely touched her, known her, unraveled the secrets in her veins. She is mine, and I do not let go of what is mine. The hunters' corpses still bleed onto the temple floor, the scent of death heavy in the air. But I do not linger. I do not even spare them a glance. I move. Gathering her fragile, broken body into my arms, I rise, the weight of her, almost nothing against me. She should not be this light. She should not be this still. A growl rises in my chest, the sound low and dangerous, vibrating through the ruins. My wings unfurl, still incomplete, but enough to propel me into the sky. I do not think. I do not hesitate. I simply go. The wind rips past me as I fly, carrying the scent of forest dampness, of distant fires burning in unseen villages. Protheka stretches out below, vast and dark, its ancient scars hidden beneath the veil of night. But I do not care for the world. I care only for the fading heartbeat against my chest. Stay with me, I demand, though I'm not aware if she can hear me. Nora does not answer. The bond between us thrums, weakening, unraveling. No! I tighten my hold on her, my claws accidentally biting into her skin as my wings push harder. There must be something. Something in these lands, some place, some power that can keep her breathing. I search my mind, ancient fractured memories shifting through my skull like shattered glass. Suddenly, I remember. Not far from here, beyond the river of black stone, there is a place where the earth itself bleeds with magic. A ruin older than even the one she found me in. A place where the veils between life and death are thinner than bone. It is my only chance, her only chance. And I am not above gambling with forbidden things if it means keeping her alive. I land hard, wings barely catching the impact as I stagger forward. The ground here is wrong. The trees are twisted, their bark as dark as onyx, the roots curling up from the soil like reaching hands. The air is thick, humming with a magic so old it no longer has a name. I drop to my knees, cradling her against me. She does not stir. Nora. Nothing. She is slipping. I feel it. A pull in my chest, an emptiness I do not know how to fight. The bond is breaking. A snarl tears from my throat. I cannot let this happen. I can't lose her. This feeling is so strong, it's overwhelming. I don't know the reason why I'm feeling this way. It might be the bond, but it's also something else. Gritting my teeth, I slice my palm open with one of my own claws, feeling the hot rush of blood spill over my skin. The old magic here, it responds to sacrifice, to price, and I am willing to pay. I press my bleeding hand to the earth, forcing the weight of my will into the soil. Take what you want, I whisper, voice laced with feral desperation. The ground shudders beneath me. A soft, whispering wind coils through the clearing, and the roots of the trees begin to shift. I feel the magic stirring, uncoiling from its slumber. A presence awakens. Ancient, hungry. It watches, it waits. I pull Nora closer, baring my teeth at the unseen thing that lingers just beyond the edge of the veil. Give her back, I growl, the demand carved from stone and fire. The wind laughs. Something presses against my mind, a weight, a knowing. It sees me, it sees her, and it knows the truth of what we are. You ask for a gift that is not freely given, a voice whispers from the dark. She's supposed to die today. A being like her should not live. Purna is your enemy, and this one will awaken evil. I feel the words coil through my ribs, settling deep into my marrow. Tell me the price, I snarl. Another laugh, this one more amused. You would pay it? How foolish. I do not hesitate. Yes. Silence. Suddenly the ground splits beneath me. A pulse of raw energy surges upward, flowing into her, into me. The bond between us tightens. The power is cold and hot all at once, searing through the fraying edges of her soul, stitching her back together with something not entirely mortal. Nora gasps, a choked, ragged breath. Her body arches against mine, her fingers clutching at my skin as she jolts awake. I exhale sharply, relief a foreign and unwelcome thing. She is alive, but something has changed. Her eyes, they are no longer just amethyst. They flicker, silver and violet, light and dark, as if something old now lingers beneath the surface. I do not know what I have done, but I know one thing. She was mine before. Now she is something else entirely.
Chapter 7. Nora. I wake with his name on my lips. The first breath is agony, like drawing in air after drowning. My lungs burn, my chest tight and aching, but the pain is overshadowed by something else, something cold and foreign curling inside me. Magic, but not mine. My fingers twitch against the damp ground, clawing at the rich, dark soil beneath me as I try to orient myself. Everything feels too sharp, too loud. The air hums with power, whispering through the leaves in a language I almost understand. A shadow looms beside me. I know it is him before I even turn my head. The bond pulses, heavy and unrelenting, tugging me toward him like an invisible thread wrapped tight around my ribs. I lift my gaze and Rhaegar is there, watching, always watching. His massive form is still half-formed, shifting in the dim light, flickering between stone and flesh. His golden eyes glow beneath his furrowed brow, molten and unreadable. "You shouldn't be alive," he says. His voice is low, rough with something I can't quite name. I blink up at him, disoriented, my pulse too slow. My body feels wrong, like I'm inhabiting something that is no longer entirely mine. "What did you do?" I whisper. Rhaegar doesn't answer. His gaze sweeps over me, assessing, calculating, as if trying to decipher what, exactly, I have become. I push myself upright, my body protesting the movement. My head spins, and I brace my palm against the earth, and feel it pulse beneath me. I still. The sensation is subtle but unmistakable. The soil beneath my fingers shifts, recognizing my touch. The roots beneath the surface quicken, a ripple of movement I did not command. My magic is different. It is still mine, but it is also something else. I swallow hard, panic clawing at my ribs. Rhaegar, I say slowly, carefully. What? Did you do? His jaw tightens, his claws curling into his palms. I saved you, he says simply. You were dying. Something dark flickers across his face, quick but unmistakable. I shake my head. This isn't just healing. I press my hand to my chest, where the pain of the wound should still linger. But there is only warmth, only the faint hum of something thrumming beneath my skin like a second heartbeat. My fingers curl, nails digging into my palm. You gave me something, I whisper. Didn't you? A muscle ticks in his jaw. The magic in this place is ancient, he admits. I took what I needed to bring you back. I stare at him. You took magic from a cursed ruin and put it in me. He tilts his head, unapologetic. You were dying. I squeeze my eyes shut, my pulse uneven, unsteady. Gods, what has he done? I take another breath, trying to steady the chaos inside me. It doesn't work, because beneath the fear, beneath the disorientation, I feel good, stronger, sharper. Magic hums through my blood, no longer the same soft, familiar warmth I have always known. It is brighter, colder, darker. I feel more, and that terrifies me. That power wasn't meant for me, I say, barely more than a whisper. Perhaps not, Rhaegar concedes, but it is yours now. His golden gaze burns into me, and I hate that some part of me likes the way he's looking at me. Not like I am weak, not like I am something fragile that needs to be protected. He is looking at me like he is waiting for something. Something new, dangerous. I push to my feet, legs still unsteady, but stronger than they should be. The forest around us feels different. The trees bend toward me, the wind curling through my hair in a way that is too deliberate, too knowing. I am not the same. I meet Rhaegar's gaze, and I see a flicker of wariness in his expression. You changed me, I whisper. A slow, dark smile graces his lips. Yes, he murmurs. And now, little healer. He takes a step closer, voice dropping to something low and possessive. I want to see what you can do. The bond tightens, something old and reckless waking between us. I do not know who I am, but I think I want to find out.
Chapter 8. Rhaegar. She is different now. I feel it as her magic tangles with mine, sharp and electric, where before it had been soft, hesitant. I see it in how the wind moves around her, bending to her presence, as if it knows what she is becoming. And I smell it. The change, the quiet, insidious shift in her blood. I have seen creatures be reborn in power before, but never like this, never because of me. She does not look at me with fear anymore, not like before. Now her gaze is steady, too steady, as if she is searching for something she does not fully understand yet. I watch her closely, the way her fingers curl in the damp air, feeling the shift of magic beneath her skin. The ruins around us are silent, as if the world itself is waiting. She's changed, but so have I, and I'm not sure if I should be pleased or concerned. You feel it, don't you? I murmur, keeping my voice low, dark. She lifts her gaze to mine, violet eyes now flickering with silver light, the remnants of what I have given her, the mark of something forged in hunger and desperation. I don't know what I feel, she admits, but it's different. Her voice is softer now, lacking the sharp edges of accusation from before. But beneath it, there is something dangerous, something she is not ready to name. A slow smile tugs at my lips. Good, I say. She shivers. Not from cold. She notices it immediately, the way the bond hums between us. Not just a tether now, but something else. Something alive. For the first time, I wonder if I should not have saved her. Not because I regret it, but because I do not know if she will regret it. Her magic is wrong now, twisted with something old, something primal. It flickers at her fingertips when she moves, responding to her emotions in ways she does not yet comprehend. I want to push her, to see what she can do, to see if she will break. Show me, I murmur. She stiffens slightly. Show you what? What you are now? She hesitates. She does not know what she's capable of, not yet. But I see it in her. The way the power coils at her spine, waiting to be released. She's afraid of it. She should be. But I am not. You need to learn, I say, circling her slowly. My steps are measured, deliberate, like a predator waiting for its prey to move. You will either master it, or it will master you. She exhales, shaking her head. It's too soon. I move before she can finish the thought. A test. A taunt. I am upon her in a breath, reaching for her, watching the exact moment her body reacts. The air explodes. A sharp, uncontrolled pulse of energy erupts from her skin, knocking me back. I catch myself against the ruins, landing in a crouch, heat licking at my chest. She's breathing hard, startled, staring at me with wide, disbelieving eyes. I brush a hand over my chest where her power struck me, smirking. Not bad, little healer, I say, amused. But next time, aim. She glares. That wasn't... She stops, swallowing. Her hands tremble at her sides, fingers twitching as if she can still feel the magic pulsing in her veins. It wasn't intentional, I finish for her. I know. That's what makes it more interesting. Magic, especially something like hers, does not simply lash out unless it is responding to something else, to something deeper. I stalk toward her again, slower this time, testing her, measuring the shift between us. She does not move away. Instead, she lifts her chin, meeting my gaze with new defiance. A mistake. I step into her space, so close I can feel the way her pulse stutters, the sharp intake of her breath. The bond tightens, threading heat between us. Alive? Do you feel it? I ask, voice dropping into something dark, something meant to crawl beneath her skin. She exhales unsteady. Her scent changes, sharpening, her magic rolling through the air like a silent challenge. She wants to move, but she does not. The tension coils, thick and heady. A breath, a heartbeat, a waiting game. I lift a hand slowly, tracing just barely along the edge of her arm. The magic responds. Not just hers, mine. A sharp inhale from her lips, too soft, too unsure. I should stop. I should push her further. I do neither. Instead, I let the moment hang between us, let her feel the weight of the bond, the truth of it. You are not the same, I murmur. Neither of us are. Her lips part, but she does not speak. We have stepped into something neither of us fully understand, and we are past the point of turning back.
Chapter 9. Nora. Pain is a cruel teacher. Rhaegar is crueler. The world narrows to nothing but movement, heat, and the cold, unrelenting presence of him as I dodge, pivot, strike. My muscles scream, my magic hums beneath my skin, still raw and untamed after what he did to me. After what I let him do. His golden eyes burn, watching me with unforgiving patience. He doesn't speak as I throw another strike, doesn't react when I miss my mark, again. Only when I stumble does he move. He strikes fast. One moment, he's standing in front of me. The next, I am pinned beneath him, my back pressed to the damp earth. A growl rumbles low in his chest, a dark sound of disapproval. Again, he orders, his voice like crushed obsidian and fire. I shove him off, chest heaving, my palms burning with the energy I'm struggling to control. Rhaegar wants me to fight, but this is not fighting. This is something else. I glare at him, but he only smirks, tilting his head, considering. Your hesitation will get you killed, he says, circling me now, the way a predator does when it's deciding whether to kill or play with its food. Something hot and twisted stirs inside me. I shake it off. This is not attraction. This is anger. I launch myself at him again. Magic sparks. Too wild. Too unfocused. He dodges easily. I hate how effortless he makes it look. You have power now, Rhaegar murmurs, still circling, still watching. But power without control is just... I move before he can finish. Faster, sharper. I aim for his throat, channeling the strange new magic in my blood, twisting it into something sharp, something lethal. But Rhaegar moves like a shadow breaking apart. One moment he is solid, the next he is behind me, his claws curling around my wrist, twisting me until my back is flush against his chest. A sharp inhale catches in my throat. His breath is warm against my neck, his grip ironclad, inescapable. You hesitate, he murmurs, voice dark with something close to amusement. You hold back. I shudder, hating how my body reacts to the closeness, hating the way the bond pulses, thick with something I don't want to name. I struggle, but it's useless. Let go, I grit out. You want to fight? His voice drops, low and dangerous. Then fight me. A slow, mocking challenge. I move on instinct, twisting out of his hold, using my momentum to strike, my magic snapping like a whip through the air. This time, I hit my mark. A sizzling burn blooms across his ribs, not enough to wound, but enough to shock him. Rhaegar laughs. The sound twists something deep inside me, because it isn't amusement. It's something darker, something satisfied. I hate the way my pulse betrays me, how my chest heaves, not just from exertion, but from something else. Something I refuse to entertain and delved into. Because this isn't attraction. This is hate, fear, and power all at once. Good, Rhaegar purrs, rolling his shoulders as if he actually enjoyed the pain. You're finally waking up. I swallow hard, staggering back, creating distance. You're not training me, I say, voice raw. You're twisting me. Rhaegar's golden eyes flash. I'm making you stronger, he corrects, and soon we will take that strength and unleash it upon those who deserve it. The dark elves, our enemies, the hunters. I inhale sharply. Unleash it. He means destruction. He means vengeance. And part of me wants it. It uncoils and welcomes the idea of starting chaos and destruction. The dark elves hunted me. They poisoned me, tried to break me. The Purna abandoned me, turned their backs when I needed them most. Maybe it is my turn to make them suffer. A sharp ache pulses in my core, like something inside me is shifting, stretching into something new. I look down at my hands, at the tendrils of silver magic curling between my fingers. I don't myself, but Rhaegar does. He sees the monster forming beneath my skin, and I think he likes it. This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter. Chapter 10. Rhaegar. The mountains loom like broken fangs, jagged and hungry against the sickly pale glow of the twin moons. The ashen wastes stretch before us, an expanse of cracked obsidian ground, pitted with veins of glowing magma that snake through the desolation like open wounds. The air is heavy with sulfur and old magic, the kind that lingers in the bones of the dead. The sky above is a swirl of ashen clouds, streaked with lightning that flickers without sound. I know this place, and I loathe it. It is a land that devours the weak, the kind of place where monsters are born, not made. Fitting. I glanced to the side. Nora stands on a fractured rock ledge, her dark hair whipping against the wind, strands catching on the faint glow of her newly awakened magic. She's been silent since we left the ruins, since I told her what we must do, since I promised her vengeance. She hasn't questioned me, not yet, but she will. And when she does, I will remind her that monsters do not get to choose their fate. They become it. You brought us to the wastes, she says finally, her voice even, but I hear the unease beneath it. She should be uneasy. The ashen wastes are a graveyard of forgotten wars, the ruins of ancient cities buried beneath layers of soot and decay. The air itself is tainted, saturated with the remnants of old, forbidden magics. We need a distance, I say, stepping closer, my boots grinding against the charred earth. The dark elves will come looking for us. Your own people might as well. She tenses at the mention of the Purna, but she does not argue, because she knows it's true. The wastes are one of the few places even they won't follow. Nora wraps her arms around herself, her fingers twitching. A sign of restless magic. She hasn't fully adjusted to what she is yet. What I have made her. I watch as the silver glow flickers at her fingertips, erratic and hungry. She still resists, still holds herself back. You need to push further, I say, moving to stand behind her. You have power now, but you don't use it. Her back stiffens. I don't want to lose control. I smile. Control is a cage, little healer. I lean in, letting my voice drop to something dark and twisting, curling around the edges of her hesitation. And you were not meant to be caged. She shivers. I feel the bond between us tighten, a pulse of something undeniable threading between us. She feels it too, but she denies it. Show me! I press, circling her now, forcing her to look at me. She lifts her gaze, and I see it. That flicker of confusion. Not just at the magic. At me. She hates me. But she doesn't fear me anymore. And that is far more dangerous. What do you want me to do? She asks, voice sharp, defiant. Good. I lift a hand, gesturing toward the jagged expanse before us. A valley of ruins, half buried in the cracked earth. Destroy something. Her lips part slightly, eyes widening. What? You heard me. I cross my arms, waiting. Tear it apart. Burn it down. Show me what you are now. She hesitates, not because she can't do it, but because she wants to. And she hates that she does. You don't know what I'm capable of, she says. But there's something in her voice. Something trembling at the edges. I smirk. That's the point. Oh, her hands clench into fists. I can feel her pulse spike through the bond, feel the war inside her, the part of her that was raised to heal, fighting the thing she is becoming. For a moment, I think she will refuse. She moves. The magic erupts from her like a blade unsheathed, slicing through the still air. The ground beneath us shudders, and cracks split through the valley. Stone crumbles. Shattered ruins collapse in on themselves, dust spiraling into the air like the breath of a dying god. A wave of heat pulses outward, licking at my skin, sharp and alive. And Nora, she's something else entirely. Her eyes burn brighter, her body rigid, chest heaving with the force of what she has just done. The wind howls around her, lifting strands of her hair, the air itself bowing to her. She doesn't look human. She looks divine. I take a step toward her. Do you feel it now? I murmur. She swallows hard, her gaze flickering to mine. I see something new in her eyes. Not just power or fear, hunger. It is a terrifying thing, and I enjoy what she's becoming. Corruption is a beautiful thing.
Chapter 11. Nora. The ruins are silent now. Nothing but ash and broken stone where there was once something ancient. The last remnants of my power still crackle in the air, a whisper of silver light fading into the emptiness. I stare at the devastation I caused, and I feel nothing, no horror or guilt, not even relief. Only the lingering ache in my bones, the slow pulse of power still curling at my fingertips, waiting to be called again. Like a beast awakened. I swallow against the tightness in my throat, flexing my hands, watching as the last traces of magic dim from my skin. It was too easy. I shouldn't feel this way. Magic was never meant to be a weapon in my hands. I was a healer. I had spent my life mending wounds, easing pain, bringing people back from the brink. But now I know what it feels like to break instead of mend. I take a slow step back, my boots scraping against blackened earth. The air is heavy, thick with the aftermath of power, but there is something else beneath it, something watching. I glance at Rhaegar. He stands at the ruined valley, unmoving, unreadable. The wind tugs at his wings, pulling at the flickering shadows that still coil around him. His golden eyes burn, locked onto me with an intensity that makes my breath catch. He doesn't speak, but he doesn't have to. I can see it, the way his gaze lingers, the way his fingers twitch at his sides, as if resisting the urge to reach for me. He felt it too. I turn away. I don't want to look at him, don't want to see whatever dark realization is lurking behind those molten eyes. If I do, I might have to face the truth that terrifies me the most, that I liked what I did, that I want to do it again. I can't sleep. The fire crackles between us, its weak flickering glow barely reaching the edges of the ruined camp. The air is still heavy with magic, the ground beneath my bedroll cold and restless, like the land itself is trying to whisper something. Rhaegar hasn't spoken since we set up camp. He sits just beyond the fire, half in shadow, his massive form still and watchful. I can feel him even without looking. The bond thrums between us, a pulse of something too tight, too demanding. I clutch my chest, willing it to still. The magic in my veins is still too loud, too awake. I close my eyes, forcing my breath to slow, trying to push the strange sensation away, and the dream takes me. I stand in the middle of the ashen wastes, but it is not the same. The ground beneath me is not cracked and barren. It is slick with blood. Shadows move at my peripheral vision, figures wrapped in ancient armour, their bodies broken, twisted. They are not alive, but they are not dead either. They do not have faces, only hollow darkness where their eyes should be. But I feel them staring, watching, waiting. A voice drifts through the air, low and distant, whispering my name. Nora. I shudder, turning toward the sound, my pulse hammering. But there is no one there, only the shifting shadows, only the figures wrapped in time-worn steel, their hands resting on the hilts of rusted swords. They do not move, but they do not have to. I know why they are here. They are waiting for me, because they think I belong to them. The fire is still burning, but the night around me feels colder. I sit up too fast, my breath ragged, the lingering remnants of the dream coiling like smoke in my chest. It felt real. I press my hands against my face, trying to shake the sensation, but the moment my fingers brush my skin, I feel it. Something is wrong. I scramble to my feet, unsteady, disoriented. The world tilts, but I catch myself against a nearby rock, fingers digging into the rough stone. Nora. My head snaps up. Rhaegar is already standing, his golden eyes locked onto me. I don't know what he sees, but his jaw tightens. Your change is not constant, it flourishes, he murmurs. My stomach twists. He knows. He can feel it. I shake my head, forcing my voice to be steady. It was just a dream. A lie, a mistake. Because Rhaegar never misses a lie. He steps forward, slow and deliberate, his massive form blocking out the firelight. Shadows curl at the edges of his wings, shifting like something alive. A dream, he repeats, his voice quiet, unreadable. I nod, swallowing hard. Yes. A long pause. Then he exhales, but it is not relief. It is acceptance. He knows that something is coming. And I don't. Sleep while you still can, little healer, he murmurs, stepping back into the darkness. His voice is quiet, but his meaning is not. Because whatever is coming will not wait for me to be ready. And whatever I saw in my dreams, it is already near, if not yet here.
Chapter 12. Rygar. Nora does not sleep. She lies still, curled beneath the thin blanket near the fire, but I hear her breathing, the subtle shift of her body, the restless energy vibrating beneath her skin. She thinks I do not notice, but I always notice, especially now. She's changing. I felt it as the earth bent to her will, and the way her power burned through the ruins like a living thing. And now as she lays there pretending to sleep, I can feel something else rising in her. Something she does not yet understand. I remain still, my wings folded tight against my back, my claws resting against the dirt. The wastes are silent, but silence here is a lie. This land is never truly still, and I am not the only one watching her. Beyond the fire's glow, the shadows shift. A presence lingers in the dark, just beyond my vision. Not beasts, not elves. Something else. It does not breathe. Something that should not be here. I rise to my feet slowly, my muscles coiled and ready, my senses stretching into the night. The bond between me and Nora pulses, and I feel her magic stirring, reacting to whatever is out there. She feels them too. She just doesn't know what they are yet. I step away from the fire, moving toward the outer ridge of the ruins. The wind changes. The air is thick with sulfur and death. The scent of the wastes pressing against me like a warning. Suddenly a whisper. A voice, low and hollow, curling at my mind. Rhaegar. I still. My claws dig into my palms, rage surging hot through my veins. Because I know that voice. It does not belong to the living. You should not have brought her here. A flicker of movement in the dark. A figure wrapped in rusted armor, its face hidden beneath the shadow of a broken helm. Wraithborn, damn them all! A growl builds low in my throat, but I do not move. Do not let them see the anger curling through me like flame. They are testing me. They know better than to strike first. I step forward, letting my presence expand, letting the weight of my magic move in the air like a warning. You are bold to come so close to me, I say, voice low, dangerous. The figure shifts, tilting its head. Beneath the helm, its eyes are empty. Hollow sockets, dark and endless, like the void itself has swallowed them whole. We have no quarrel with you! The voice scrapes against my skull, wrong and ancient. I snarl. Lies. They do not move. They do not breathe. They only watch. She does not belong to you, Rygar. My wings snap open, fury flashing hot in my chest. Mine. The possessive growl ripples through me before I can stop it, and I hate it. Hate the way they speak of her as if she is already theirs. As if I have no say. The magic she carries, it calls to us. I already know that. I knew it the moment I saw the silver light in her eyes, the way the wastes responded to her presence. She does not realize it yet, but her magic is shifting, changing, becoming something the Wraithborn have been waiting for. She will hear us soon, the creature whispers. I step closer, the earth cracking beneath my feet. If you come near her again, I will rip your bones from your cursed flesh. A pause. Then there's laughter. A terrible, broken sound. You cannot stop what has already begun! A gust of wind howls through the wastes, and when it passes, the Wraithborn are gone. The night swallows them whole, leaving behind only the scent of something long buried and never forgotten. I stand in the silence, my fists clenched, my breath slow and steady. I do not turn back to the fire immediately. I feel something close to fear. Not for myself, for her. Nora's eyes snap open the moment I return. She does not speak, but I can see it. She felt them. She doesn't understand it yet, but she knows something is wrong. Go back to sleep, I tell her, keeping my voice even. She hesitates. Did you feel it? I do not answer because I cannot lie to her. If she hears the truth now, she will not be able to run from it. So I turn away, folding my wings against my back, watching the fire as it flickers lower and lower. Sleep, Nora, I murmur. She will need her strength. Soon she will hear them, and once she does, there will be no turning back.
Chapter 13. Nora. The wastes don't sleep. Not truly. Not even when the moons fall low behind the peaks, or when the wind quiets and the ash settles into stillness. There's always a thrum beneath the earth, a soft vibration in the bones of this place, like something ancient and restless, lives just below the surface. And tonight, it's louder than usual. Rhaegar paces behind me, silent but heavy, the ground grumbling beneath his steps. He hasn't spoken since the last training session, since the moment I shattered not one, but 3 of his stone targets with a single burst of uncontrolled magic. His expression afterward had been unreadable, not proud or angry, just watchful, like I'm something that might snap if he touches me the wrong way. I'm starting to feel the same. You're not focusing, he says now, voice a low rumble that brushes the back of my neck. Again. I'm tired, I say, but it comes out petulant, thin even to my own ears. I haven't stopped pushing since sunrise. Good, he says flatly, because the ones hunting you won't care how tired you are. I whip around to face him, eyes narrowed. They're not here. Not yet, he replies, stepping into the dying firelight. But I can feel them circling. The air has changed. The wastes remember blood. There are more dangerous things than dark elves. And you think mine will be next? I challenge, my voice rising. My skin itches with heat and pressure, the kind of tension that builds behind my sternum like lightning waiting to be cooled down. I think you need to stop pretending you're still the same girl who ran from the forest with poison in her veins. His words strike deeper than they should, because he's right. I'm not that girl anymore, and I don't know what I am now. Fine, I snap, turning back to the line of scorched earth. Again. The magic rises in me too fast, like it was waiting. It surges up from the soles of my feet, crawls through my blood like fire, and condenses in my fingertips. I fling it out before I can second-guess myself. The bolt of silver collides with the rock Rhaegar set as a target and detonates with a cracking burst. Debris showers the area, and a sharp fragment nicks my cheek. I barely feel it. Rhaegar moves behind me, quick and silent. You felt that, he says quietly. I felt everything, I murmur, my chest still heaving, hands trembling. It's getting stronger. Not just stronger. His voice is lower now, almost cautious. It's getting faster too. I exhale shakily and wipe the blood from my cheek. Then help me stop it. He looks at me for a long moment. His face is still a sculpture of shadows and golden firelight, but something flickers in his gaze. Something uncertain. I'm not sure we can. The silence between us stretches, tense and aching. It fills my lungs with a different kind of pressure, one I can't expel no matter how deeply I breathe. That night, sleep doesn't come. Every time I close my eyes, I see flashes of what I've done, of that power bursting from me, wild and beautiful and awful all at once. I get up when the moon is high, and the fire is only a ring of glowing coals. Rhaegar doesn't stir, though I know he isn't asleep. He hasn't truly rested since we entered the wastes. I wander, pulled by something I can't name. My boots crunch lightly over brittle ground, and the wind hums around me like a warning I can't quite translate. I crest the edge of a ridge and stop. And I see them, 3 figures. Standing just beyond the broken valley, their forms partially cloaked in tattered robes and armour so old it seems fused to their bodies. They are tall, unmoving, silent. My breath catches. I blink once, hard, but they're still there. They do not approach. They just watch. I try to take a step back, but something inside me freezes. Not from fear, but from recognition. As though a piece of me knows them. Not their names, not their history. Just the feeling of them. Like a memory with no origin. Suddenly, a whisper. Inside my head. Nora. It's not a voice I know. It's not even truly a voice. It's more like the idea of one, curling behind my ribs. I spin, panic swelling, and nearly collide with Rhaegar. He grabs my shoulders, steadying me with ease. What did you see? He asks, his eyes immediately scanning the darkness beyond me. They're down there, I whisper. I don't know what they are. They didn't move. They didn't speak. They just watched me. Rhaegar turns slowly, gaze locking on the spot I point to. There's nothing there now, only fog curling low over the ground and the faint shimmer of the moonlight on cracked stone. You saw them, didn't you? I press. They were real. He doesn't answer immediately. When he finally speaks, it's careful. Too careful. This land is full of echoes, he says. Some take shape, some follow. That's not an answer. He looks down at me, gold eyes gleaming like wildfire. No, it's not. I want to scream at him, demand the truth, but a cold shiver races up my spine and stills my voice. Because I realise something as I look into the night beyond the ridge. They didn't leave. They're still watching. They're just waiting for me to look away.
Chapter 14, Rhaegar. Nora is unraveling. I see it in the way she flinches at the edge of her vision, in the way she grips the fabric over her ribs like it will steady her. I can hear it in her breathing, tight and erratic, a sound that wasn't there before. And I can feel it in the bond that tethers us, a constant electric hum that pulses between us like a second heartbeat. She won't say it, but the presence of those things is eating at her, slipping through the cracks of her mind. I should have left the wastes long before we ever got this deep. The Wraithborn aren't attacking. They're waiting. I sit across from her, sharpening my blade with slow, deliberate strokes. The scrape of steel against whetstone echoes into the stillness. The fire casts an unsteady glow over the hollow beneath her eyes, deepening the shadows in her face. Her fingers twitch over her knee, a nervous tick she's never had before. Nora, I say, low and firm. Her head snaps up. Amethyst eyes, too sharp, too bright. She's barely holding it together. They won't stop watching, she murmurs. I follow her gaze past the firelight, past the fractured ridgeline, into the smothering dark. There's nothing there now, not to her eyes. But I know better. They aren't watching, I say. They're studying. She presses her lips together, staring at the embers. Studying me for what? I don't answer because I won't say it aloud. Instead, I stand. Come with me. She hesitates. Where? I need you to see something. Her brows furrow, but she rises, wrapping her arms around herself as she follows. The wastes stretch in all directions, a land broken and skeletal beneath the weight of its history. I guide her along the path we've been avoiding, the one that dips into the valley where the air thickens, where the ruins are older than time itself. The closer we get, the more I feel it. The pressure in my chest, the tug of something that wants to be remembered. We descend into the belly of the land, past jagged rock and fractured columns half buried in dust. A graveyard of the forgotten. The moment we reach the bottom, Nora stops. She stiffens, fingers curling at her sides. What is this place? I don't answer immediately, because she isn't asking out of curiosity. She already knows. Her magic reacts before her mind catches up, sending a shiver through the air around her. Her breath shortens. The whispers return. I can feel them latching onto her, curling into the corners of her mind. She doesn't fight it. She listens. Rhaegar, she whispers, turning to face me, her voice fragile but sharp. Tell me. I exhale through my nose, dragging a clawed hand over my jaw. This is a mistake, letting her feel it before she's ready, letting them feel her before I can tear her away. But I have no choice. They were once men, I finally say. Warriors, soldiers, kings, before they became something else. She shudders. What happened to them? I hesitate, not because I don't know the answer, but because the truth will change everything. The Wraithborn were cursed, I murmur. They weren't always this way. They were given a choice. Serve eternity or cease to exist. They chose to stay. Nora sways slightly, her breathing uneven. By who? I don't speak. I don't have to. She knows. Her eyes widen as she takes a slow step back, away from me. You knew, she breathes. Nora, you knew what they were. You knew why they were following me. I grip her wrist before she can turn away. I knew they'd come for you. She trembles. But it's not fear, not of me anyway. It's something worse, something closer to realization. I lower my voice. If they want you, it means they think you belong to them. Her breath catches. No, she whispers, shaking her head. No, that's not... She tries to pull away, but I tighten my grip. It's why we need to leave. Now. She stares at me, half defiant, half lost. I don't belong to anyone. She says it with conviction, but the bond entwines sharply, and I feel the doubt creeping in. The whispers inside her head are growing louder. And if she keeps listening, she will hear them.
Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 books from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion. Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 books for the price of 10.
400 hours of reading where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Protheka are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing, and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance. Protheka's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too. Chapter 15. Nora. We don't speak on the climb back from the ruins. The silence between us has changed, hollow and sharp, filled with too many truths we can't take back. I feel them pressing in from all sides. His words still burn in my chest like cinders. If they want you, it means they think you belong to them. I keep my eyes on the path ahead, though the terrain shifts beneath my feet like it wants to swallow me whole. The wastes never forget. I'm starting to think they don't forgive either. By the time we return to the ridge, night has thickened into something almost tangible. Clouds blot out the moons, and the stars hang low, watching. The fire Rhaegar left behind has burned to coals, casting long, skeletal shadows across the rock. Something tightens in my chest as I look at our camp. Something is wrong. Then I feel it, cold and sudden, like a hand down my spine. They're here. Rhaegar! I breathe, my voice brittle. He turns before I finish the warning. His body tenses, wings flaring wide, catching the scent on the air. Then they emerge. From the dark, from the mist, from the land itself. 3 of them at first, then 5. The same haunting figures that watched from the shadows. Only now they move. And they're fast. I scramble back as one closes in, metal-clad arms reaching. I raise my hand to cast, to defend, but the magic stalls, like it's been seized mid-thought. A freezing pressure hits my skull, and I stagger, dropping to one knee. "No," I whisper. "No, get out!" One of them is suddenly there, kneeling in front of me. I don't see his face, just the smooth dark curve of his helm and the runes carved down his arm. His hand lifts. I try to scream, but it doesn't come in time. He touches me. The moment his fingers graze my skin, a shock tears through me like lightning cleaving bone. My vision whites out. My mind opens like a wound, and they pour in. A war. Ash raining from a broken sky. Silver blades crashing against stone. Women screaming. Men howling. My name, no, not mine, echoing through the blood-slick halls of a forgotten fortress. A betrayal. Someone falling. A crown shattering. A voice, familiar but wrong, whispering, "You were promised to us." A promise made in blood. Hands bound, runes seared into flesh, a soul split in 2. And through it all, a name I do not know spoken like it belongs to me. Medea. My knees give out completely. The world reels. My thoughts unravel into threads, each one a memory I don't recognize but can't deny. "No," I gasp, dragging myself backward. "That's not who I am." The figure rises, and I finally see his eyes. Not empty sockets, but mirrors. He sees me, knows me. Not Nora, but whoever I once was, buried beneath magic and time. And he's not here to kill me. He's here to claim me. Rhaegar hits him like a meteor. Stone crashes into steel. A scream, mine, cuts the air as the Wraithborn is torn from me and hurled across the clearing. Rhaegar is vicious, feral, no sword, no hesitation, just claws and fury. He doesn't ask questions, doesn't wait for them to explain. He tears, he rips. One of them lunges, but Rhaegar's wing slams him into the rock wall with a crack that echoes through the canyon. Another charges from the left, but he's too slow. Rhaegar twists mid-air, his fist slamming into the creature's helm hard enough to crumple it inward. They don't scream, don't cry out. They move like shadows given shape, fluid, relentless, unyielding. But Rhaegar is worse. His obsidian skin splits in places where light bleeds through, as if he's coming undone to become more than he was. His magic roars through the bond, and it scorches me from within. But he's not fighting to protect me. He's fighting to keep me. And that makes something dark and primal twist deep inside me. When it's done, when the last of them flees into the dark with a sound like cracking ice, Rhaegar turns back to me. His chest rises and falls with uneven breaths. His left arm bleeds molten, hissing into the earth. "You're not safe anymore," he growls. I try to answer, but the voice inside me speaks first. "Medea." I flinch. He steps forward. I see the blood, mine, theirs, his, on his skin. I see the worry he'll never admit darkening his gaze. "They touched your mind," he says, low and rough. "What did you see?" My throat closes. I don't know. I saw things, names, places I don't recognize, but they felt real. His jaw tenses. They are. But they aren't my memories. He doesn't answer. Because maybe they are. Maybe they were. Maybe I am someone else. "I'm not her," I whisper, trying to make myself believe it. "You're not," he says too quickly. "I won't let it be. You're mine, and not even them can take you."
Chapter 16. Rhaegar. The aftermath of the ambush leaves the air thick with tension. Shadows stretch long under the dim light, and the scent of disturbed earth mingles with the metallic tang of blood. Nora stands a few paces away, her breath shallow, eyes wide with lingering shock. The name, Medea, still hangs between us, a phantom echo neither of us dares to acknowledge aloud. "We need to move," I say, my voice rougher than intended. "Staying here is an invitation for another attack." She nods, but there's a distance in her gaze, as if she's looking through me rather than at me. I suppress a growl of frustration. This is not the time for her to retreat into herself. "Can you walk?" I ask, softer this time. "I'm fine," she replies, though the tremor in her voice betrays her. We gather our scant belongings, every rustle of fabric and clink of metal amplified in the oppressive silence. The wastes are unforgiving, especially at night, and the Wraithborn are not known for leaving a task unfinished. "There's a place," I begin, hesitating. "A shelter of sorts, not far from here. We can rest there until dawn." She looks at me then, suspicion flickering across her features. "What kind of shelter?" "An old ruin," I admit, "from a time long before either of us." "Convenient," she mutters, but falls in step beside me. The journey is silent, save for the crunch of our boots against the desolate ground. The landscape is a monochrome expanse, broken only by jagged rocks and the occasional skeletal remains of trees long dead. The wind whispers secrets I have no desire to hear. After what feels like hours, we arrive. The entrance is unassuming, a narrow crevice between two slabs of stone, half hidden by overgrown thorn bushes. I push them aside, ignoring the sting as they scrape against my skin. "This way," I instruct, slipping through the gap. Inside, the air is cooler, carrying the faint scent of damp earth and something else. Something ancient. I conjure a small flame in my palm, casting flickering light across the walls. Intricate carvings decorate the stone, telling stories of battles and rituals lost to time. Nora traces a finger over one of the carvings. "What is this place?" "A tomb," I answer, the word heavy on my tongue. She pulls her hand back as if burned. "Whose tomb?" I hesitate. "I don't know." A lie. But some truths are better left buried. We venture deeper, the passage narrowing before opening into a vast chamber. Stone pillars rise from the ground, supporting a ceiling adorned with faded murals. At the center lies a sarcophagus, its lid askew, revealing only darkness within. Nora approaches it, her curiosity evident despite the circumstances. Whoever was here left in a hurry. Or was taken, I counter. She shivers, wrapping her arms around herself. Comforting. I move to one of the walls, pretending to inspect the carvings, but my attention is elsewhere. The air here feels heavy, pressing against my skin, seeping into my bones. Memories I had long suppressed claw their way to the surface. "Rhaegar!" Nora calls, her voice echoing softly. "There's something here." Reluctantly, I turn to see her standing before a smaller alcove, partially hidden behind a collapsed pillar. She brushes away the dust, revealing an inscription carved into the stone. "It's in an old dialect," she murmurs, brow furrowing as she tries to decipher it. "Something about a guardian, a protector." My blood runs cold. I know this inscription. I know what lies beyond that wall. "Step back," I command, harsher than intended. She glances at me, startled. "What? Why? Just do it!" I snap. She bristles but obeys, retreating a few steps. I approach the alcove, every instinct screaming at me to leave, to run. But I can't. Not now. With a deep breath, I press my hand against the stone. The magic is faint, but it's there, responding to my touch. The wall trembles before sliding aside, revealing a narrow staircase descending into darkness. Nora peers over my shoulder. "What's down there?" "Nothing we need," I say, turning away. But she catches my arm, her grip surprisingly strong. "You're lying." I meet her gaze, the bond between us pulsating with unspoken words. Some secrets are better left undisturbed. "Like the name Medea?" she challenges. I flinch. "This isn't the time." "Then when?" she demands. "After the Wraithborn take me? After I lose myself to these memories?" I pull away, pacing the chamber. "You don't understand." "Then make me understand," she pleads. "Because right now I'm fighting shadows in my own mind, and you're the only one who seems to know why." The weight of her words presses down on me. She's right. She deserves to know. But the truth is a double-edged sword, and I fear it will cut us both. "Fine," I say, running a hand through my hair. "But once you know, there's no going back." She squares her shoulders. I stopped looking back a long time ago. I nod, resigned. Very well. Taking a torch from the wall, I light it with a flick of my wrist and start down the stairs. She follows without hesitation. The descent is steep, the air growing colder with each step. The walls are damp, and the sound of dripping water echoes around us. At the bottom, the passage opens into a smaller chamber, this one devoid of any decoration save for a single sarcophagus in the center. Unlike the one above, the sarcophagus is pristine, untouched by time. Runes glow faintly along its edges, pulsing with a rhythm that matches my heartbeat. Nora approaches it, her fingers hovering over the surface. "This is a prison," I finish. "For a monster." She looks at me, confusion evident. "What kind of monster?" "The kind that wears a familiar face," I say, my voice barely above a whisper. Before she can question further, the ground trembles and a low growl reverberates through the chamber. The runes on the sarcophagus flare brightly before dimming once more. "We need to leave," I say urgently, grabbing her arm. "But no!" We race back up the stairs, the tremors growing stronger. Dust and debris fall from the ceiling, and the walls groan in protest. As we reach the main chamber, a deafening crack echoes behind us. Nora looks back, eyes wide. "What's happening?" "The seal is breaking," I say, pushing her toward the exit. "We can't be here when it does." We scramble through the narrow passage, emerging into the cold night air, just as a roar shakes the ground beneath our feet. The entrance collapses behind us, sealing whatever lurked below back in its tomb. Breathing heavily, we put distance between ourselves and the ruins.
Chapter 17. Nora. The tremors don't stop after we escape the ruins. They continue long after the tomb collapses behind us, long after the echoes have faded into the silence of the wastes. I feel them in my bones, in the way my teeth clench, the way my magic pulses erratically beneath my skin. It's not the earth that's shaking. It's me. We walk in silence, but it's a fragile thing, thin as frost. Rhaegar's jaw is tight, his expression locked into that stone-like grimace he wears when he's hiding something. I know that face now. I've memorized its edges, the way it hardens when he thinks I'm too close to something he doesn't want me to see. I've seen it too many times. I stop walking. He slows, then turns, his wings curling slightly behind him as though they're echoing his tension. I fold my arms tightly across my chest, not because I'm cold, but because I need something to hold together. Start talking, I say. His brows lift slightly. About? Don't insult me. My voice is colder than the wind. That tomb, your name, the runes, what was that place, Rhaegar? He exhales like the question exhausts him. It was a mistake. That's not an answer, I snap. His eyes flash. It's the only one I'm giving. Something cracks inside me. You dragged me out here. You kept secrets about the Wraithborn. You threw me into a ruin that nearly killed us both. And now you won't tell me what the hell is going on? I didn't drag you, he growls, stepping toward me. You chose to bind yourself to me. You made that pact. Because I was dying. And I kept you alive. The words ring out, echoing across the wastes like a war cry. His voice drops then, raw and low. And I would do it again. I don't know if it's fury or grief that clutches my throat. What did I see down there? I whisper. He doesn't answer. Was it a tomb? I ask. Or a prison? Still, silence. Something flares in my chest, hot, volatile. Why is your name carved into a grave, Rhaegar? He doesn't flinch, but he doesn't deny it either. I take a step forward, magic buzzing wild in my fingertips. Are you already dead? His lips part. The wind catches between us, brushing against my skin like a breath held too long. It was meant to be my resting place, he says at last, the words like ash on his tongue. I blink. What? That chamber. It was sealed centuries ago, when the war ended, when I was betrayed. I can barely breathe. By who? He looks at me. Not past me, not through me. At me. You, he says. It doesn't make sense. It can't. But the moment he says it, the whisper returns. Medea. The name slides through my thoughts like a knife. No. I stagger back, shaking my head. That's not possible. I said the same thing, he murmurs. When I saw you, when I felt your magic bind to mine, when the ruin trembled beneath your presence. I clutch my temples. The visions are coming faster now, screams on the wind, fire rising through marble floors, soldiers bowing before a throne, a woman's face in a shattered mirror. My face, but not me, not anymore. You're wrong, I say. I'm not her. You may not remember, but something in you does. Rhaegar's voice is calm, too calm. You walked through that ruin like you belonged there. You found the seal. You broke it. I didn't mean to, but you did. The wind howls between us. I can feel it, magic spinning out from me in ragged threads. I close my eyes, try to center it, but it's slipping through my fingers like water. Everything feels like it's peeling away from the inside. My name, my memories, my sense of self. Every whisper in my head carries a new piece of someone else's life. And worse, it feels good. It feels powerful, like slipping into armor I didn't know I wore. I'm not her, I say again, but my voice breaks halfway through. No, Rhaegar says softly, stepping closer, the edge gone from his voice. You're not, but she's waking in you, and you have to decide who you'll become before she takes control. I want to cry. I want to scream. I want to grab him and shake the truth out of his cursed gargoyle frame. But I can't do any of those things because all I can feel is guilt. Ancient, echoing, marrow deep. I see things when I sleep, I admit, trembling. Places I've never been, people I don't know, and every time I wake up, I remember a little more. He studies me like I'm a spell he can't break. What did she do? I ask. What did Medea do to you? He hesitates. She betrayed the Wraithborn, broke a pact sealed in blood, and with it, my life. I reel. So I killed you? You ended what I was, he says, and now you've started it all again. Our bond pulses hard enough to make me stumble. Rhaegar steps forward to catch me, but I jerk away. I don't know if I can survive this, I whisper. If you were sealed here, why are you in that ruin? Fate, magic, I don't know, he says. Fate has its ways and they play with people. I will make sure you will survive, though. I won't let you become her. Why are you helping me when I am your enemy? I whisper. He gazes at me and replies solemnly. I'm an existence that should have perished years ago, but you woke me up. You are mine. I protect what's mine. I'm also the only one that could destroy what's mine. I hold my breath. His word sounds like a vow coiling around me. It feels like a promise of 1,000 lifetimes.
Chapter 18. Rygar. She doesn't look back. Even after all I said. Even after the bond between us pulsed hard enough to shake the earth beneath our feet, she walked several paces ahead of me through the wastes, her shoulders stiff, her silence louder than any scream. And I don't stop her. I'm afraid of what I'll do if I get too close. Every step away from that ruin steals something from me. My strength. My clarity. The iron wall of control I've spent centuries mastering begins to erode with every mile we put between us and the truth buried beneath stone. Memories from the past comes flashing, swirling images that keeps dancing in my head. Sometimes I catch it, sometimes I don't. The tomb was meant to be my end, not my beginning. And yet here I am, watching the one who sealed me beneath it stumble across the sands, her face pale with shock, her scent drenched in magic and fear. Fear of me. I taste it in the air like blood. I feel it under my skin like fire. The hunger is clawing at my insides again. I can feel it rising wild and primal. It isn't just the need to feed, it's the bond. Her magic calls to mind like a wound refusing to scab over. And I'm not whole without it, without her. But this isn't hunger anymore, it's craving. Maddening, consuming. I stumble slightly, bracing one hand against a jagged outcrop of stone to steady myself. My claws scrape against the rock. I try to breathe through it, to ground myself, but the smell of her is too close. Her emotions are a symphony that plays too loudly in my head. Pain, confusion, rage, guilt. They thread through me like a drug I can't refuse. And I want to drink it. I want to press my mouth to her throat and draw her magic into me until I'm solid again. Until I'm whole. Until I forget what it means to be cursed and carved and hollow. She stops walking. I blink and realize I've closed the distance between us without meaning to. Her voice is sharp. Don't come any closer! I freeze. She's turned halfway toward me now, her hair windswept, her eyes too bright. Her aura pulses visibly, her magic bristling like a storm around her skin. She's scared of what I am, of what I want. You're losing control, she says, barely above a whisper. She's right. And still, my feet move. One step, another. "Rhaegar!" she warns, her voice cracking. I feel it before I realize what I'm doing. My hands tremble, my body seizing, muscles flexing in pain as the bond pulls taut. I reach for her before I can stop myself, fingertips grazing her wrist, skin to skin. It's like lightning, a jolt that cracks through my chest, straight to the hollow where my heart should be. I feel her magic rush through me in a dizzying, beautiful burn, and my fangs lengthen. My breath hitches. She gasps, pulling back, but I follow, my other hand catching her waist. "Rhaegar, don't—" My lips graze the hollow of her throat. Gods, her pulse, her heat, her essence. One taste, just one. "Stop!" she shouts. I slam myself backward so hard I nearly fall. I stagger, panting, my hands shaking violently. She stares at me, eyes wide, her hand pressed to her throat. I don't see fear in her face this time, and I see betrayal. "I wasn't going to hurt you," I rasp. "You weren't going to stop either," she says, voice hoarse. She turns and walks off into the night, and I let her go. Because if I follow, I won't stop next time. Because this hunger is winning. That night, I can't sleep. Even when my body tries to pull itself into stone, I fight it. I don't want to dream, but Protheka is cruel. Magic here has a memory longer than life itself, and it always remembers its debtors. When the dream finds me, it's not mine. It's Medea's. I'm on my knees in a throne room carved of obsidian, a circle of stone warriors surrounding me, their faces hidden beneath ancient helms. My wrists are bound in chains that glow with runes I recognize now. Purna magic. Hers. She stands before me, not with guilt, not with grief, but with resolve. "I'm sorry," she says. "No, you're not. I never wanted this. You chose it." She steps forward and presses her hand to my chest, to the space where my heart once was. "You're too dangerous." "You made me dangerous!" Her magic pulses into me, and I scream, not from pain, but the terrible intimacy of it, of knowing her power, of craving it, of being created from it. "I won't kill you," she says, "but I'll seal you. You coward!" "You love me," she whispers, tears in her eyes. That's the problem. The chains pull tighter, the stone rises. My body turns heavy, and her voice, Medea's voice, shakes the world as the seal falls. "You are mine, and I destroy what's mine." I wake in a sweat, breath ragged, body trembling. The bond pulses between us. I feel Nora not far, sleeping restlessly beneath a ridge of stone where we made camp. Her dreams are tangled with mine now. I can sense her magic like a heartbeat beside my own. I loved her. How did I fall for a Purna? A Purna so powerful she controlled beings like the Wraithborns, those that refused to cross to the other side? I turned to Nora, staring at her form. The same woman, the same soul, but not Medea. If I can't control myself, she never will be.
Chapter 19. Nora. The ruins of once a city emerges from the ash like a carcass picked clean by time. Stone towers, cracked and hollow, lean at strange angles, as if they're bowing toward the heart of the wastes. Shards of glass glint like bone beneath the morning sun. Dust hangs in the air, thick, silver, laced with the scent of ancient, lingering magic. Rhaegar doesn't speak as we descend into the basin, and neither do I. We're both still raw from what nearly happened last night. From what did happen. I trail behind him, slower now, letting the silence stretch between us like a fraying cord. My ribs still ache from holding my breath too long, from denying what I felt, or wanted to. The city ruin feels wrong. Not dangerous exactly. But still, the stones remember, The wind here doesn't whistle, it whispers. We walk beneath a crumbled arch, and the shadows immediately close in around us. It's cooler down here, the sun veiled by the skeletal ruins above. Rhaegar's footsteps echo ahead, but I pause, drawn to something on the walls. Murals, painted in fading golds and blacks, framed in lines of runic script I can't read, but somehow understand. My fingers brush across them, and the moment my skin touches the stone, a shock of heat lances through my hand. The mural shifts. No, it ripples, like breath through a corpse. And there in the centre is a woman, pale-skinned, amethyst eyes, armour forged of black obsidian and laced with violet crystal veins. Her mouth is twisted in fury, in command. Her hair whips in a wind that isn't painted but alive in the wall itself. And she's wearing my face. A jolt surges through me. I stagger back, nearly tripping over the uneven floor. The runes beneath the mural pulse. My vision narrows. I'm not in the city anymore. I'm somewhere else. Screams echo around me. Men in dark armour fall to their knees. A woman, me, Medea, lifts her hand, and the air tears open. Lightning and shadow crackle at her fingertips, and the world goes still as she speaks a name I can't remember, but feel etched into the marrow of my bones. Blood runs across her arms. She's smiling. I smell ash. I taste metal. Pain rips through my skull. The vision fractures like glass. I crumple to the ground, clutching my face as warm wetness spills from my nose. Blood. I wipe it away with shaking fingers, heart hammering like a war drum. My breath comes in gasps, and when I look up, Rhaegar is gone. Panic claws up my throat. Rhaegar! I call out. The city absorbs the sound like a sponge. Rhaegar! Nothing, not even an echo. I curse under my breath and push myself to my feet, magic sparking chaotically in my limbs. Something is wrong. Something is watching me. And then I hear it. A snarl, low, wet, hungry. I whirl around just in time to see it step out from the shadows, a beast the size of a small house, hunched and snarling, its skin like oil-slick stone. Its eyes burn with sickly yellow light. It isn't natural. It isn't alive. It's bound by magic, by the same threads I just disturbed. It charges. I scream, darting between two columns just as its claws rake the air where my throat was seconds ago. Magic roars in my blood. Instinct screams at me to run, but something deeper, darker anchors me. I spin, pulse pounding. Come on then, I growl. It lunges again. I roll beneath the strike, reach up with both hands, and unleash a burst of chaotic force straight into its gut. The blast hurls it backward, smashing it into a pillar that explodes in dust and fractured stone. It snarls, stunned, but not dead. I press my palm to the ground. Energy surges beneath my skin. Arcane and earth blended, raw, untrained. I feel the pulse of the city's heart, and I call it. A crack splits the floor beneath the beast's feet. Roots, long petrified, spear upward, wrapping around its limbs and yanking it back as I raise both hands and scream. Magic pours from me in a wave of silver flame. It crashes into the creature, and this time it doesn't get back up. The silence afterward is deafening. I drop to my knees, panting, my body shaking with exhaustion and triumph and fear. Suddenly, a slow, deliberate clap. I whip around. Rhaegar stands in the broken archway, arms crossed, a faint smirk on his face. Well, he says, his voice cool and unreadable, you didn't die. I scowl. You left me. You wandered. I was dragged into a memory. He shrugs one massive shoulder, and still managed to kill the thing I summoned. You what? You needed a push. His eyes narrow slightly. You need more than instinct if you're going to survive what's coming. I push myself to my feet, breathing hard. So that's what I am now? A test subject? No. He steps closer. You're a weapon. You just haven't decided what side you're on. My magic flares again, this time unbidden. He sees it, smells it, feeds on it, but he doesn't move any closer. He turns, and without another word, walks away into the dark, leaving me behind, breathless, trembling, staring at his back, and wondering which of us is the monster here. From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
or clawing up from the realms of fantasy,
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
these monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires,
demons,
dark elves,
gods.
minotaurs, creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks,
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks,
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless.
Chapter 20. Rhaegar. She doesn't follow. Good. I need distance. Not from her, gods. Never from her. But from what she just did. What she survived. What she awakened. Watching Nora channel that wild, untamed storm inside her was like watching the birth of something dangerous and beautiful. It wasn't just magic. It was power. And it wasn't Medea's. It was hers. I walked deeper into the ruins, deeper than I ever meant to go. These streets are carved from memory, each alleyway brimming with echoes of a time I'd buried, of lives I'd taken, of a past I never wanted to see again. But the city remembers. The deeper I explore, the more intact things become. Arches hold firm overhead. Doorways still bear the marks of occupancy, long abandoned but untouched by time. The air changes here. It thickens, hums, becomes alive with the weight of magic left behind. Then I see it, carved into the stone wall of a half-collapsed sanctum. A symbol. Old, crude, bleeding black. 3 interlocked crescents broken down the center. My breath catches, my claws flex. The mark of the Wraithborn. My stomach twists. I move closer, and the stone flares faintly as if sensing my presence. Glyphs shimmer into visibility, an ancient ward, hiding more than it protects. With a sharp pulse of my magic, the illusion breaks. Behind it is a chamber. Cold, reverent, a shrine to something dark and long forgotten. And there on the far wall, etched in blood that refuses to fade, is a record. A memory, a curse. It's not just history, it's a warning. There, in script only, the old warriors would know. I read it aloud to myself, each word like a blade in the gut. By blood and bone, she made the pact. By fire and soul, she broke the world. By name and binding, she shall be reclaimed. Medea, O bride of the bound, you are ours. I stagger back, heart hammering, bile rising. Nora, Medea, they, made a pact with the Wraithborn. And worse, it wasn't to destroy them. The truth crashes into me, cold and cruel. She didn't just betray me in the past. She chose them. She bound herself to them. And they're coming to collect. My fists clench, talons slicing into my own palms. The scent of my blood fills the chamber, thick and iron sweet. I should tell her, warn her. But the image of her standing there, shoulders squared, mouth bloodied from the beast's attack, triumphant, flashes in my mind, and something darker curls beneath my ribs. Jealousy, not of the power, not even of the Wraithborn, but of the connection. They think she belongs to them. She doesn't. She's mine. And God's help me, I'll rip the world apart before I let them touch her. I stand in that chamber a moment longer, staring at the shrine like it might blink first. My pulse throbs in my throat. The air is cold now, colder than it should be, like the memory of their presence is enough to drain the warmth from this place. A plan begins to take shape. A reckless one, a dangerous one, but it's the only way. If the Wraithborn believe the pact still holds, then Nora's not just marked, she's claimed. And if I don't sever that bond, they'll tear her apart trying to reclaim what they believe is theirs. And if she remembers why she made that pact in the first place, she might let them. No, I won't allow it. She's changing, unraveling by inches. I notice it in the flicker of her eyes, as her magic lurches toward violence now instead of healing. In the way she looked at that beast today. Not with fear, but with hunger. Should I tell her? If I do, it'll drive her closer to them. And if that happens, I might lose her to the very war she helped end. But what if I have no choice but to tell her? I press a hand to the wall one last time, whispering an ancient phrase I haven't said in centuries. It's a prayer. Or maybe a curse. Then I turn and walk back through the silence, planning the next steps. I'll have to find the root of the blood pact, sever it, destroy the sigil, break the chain that ties her to the Wraithborn once and for all, even if it kills me or her.
Chapter 21. Nora. By the time Rhaegar returns from wherever he disappeared to, the sun has begun to set. The sky bleeds orange and bruised purple, casting long shadows across the crumbling edges of the forgotten city. A storm brews on the horizon, slow and ominous, like the pressure before a scream. He doesn't look at me. I don't look away. He brushes past me with a barely contained energy that crackles at his edges, his jaw clenched, eyes dark with something I can't name. But I feel it. It dances along my skin like lightning, electric and unwelcome. My fists tighten. Where were you? He doesn't answer. Typical. I rise from where I've been sitting on a cracked pillar and stalk after him, fury rising like bile. You vanish, again, and when you come back I can feel something has changed. Your magic is different. You are different. Still, silence. Do you think I'm stupid? I snap, rounding on him. You've been hiding things from the beginning, dragging me deeper into this cursed wasteland while I unravel piece by piece, and you still refuse to tell me the truth. He stops, then turns. His face is a mask of restraint, barely held together by threads of control. I'm keeping you alive. At what cost? I hiss. You won't talk to me. You won't explain the whispers, the Wraithborn, the way you look at me like I'm both yours and your executioner. Because you are, he says, voice low and sharp as obsidian. You are everything I've lost, everything I should hate, and the only thing I still want. The words hit like a spell. I stumble back a step, breath catching, heart pounding like a war drum. That's not an answer. It's the only one I have left. Rage burns through me, rage and something worse, fear. I don't understand him, and I don't understand me. Not anymore. Every second I spend near him, I feel more like her, like Medea, like the ghost of something powerful and terrible wearing my skin, and I don't know if I want to stop it. I'm done talking to a wall, I say, turning on my heel and storming off. He doesn't call after me. He never does. I find a fractured alcove at the edge of the ruins, where the stones slope inward like a broken cathedral. The wind howls louder now, and in the distance, thunder rolls. I sit with my knees drawn to my chest, arms wrapped tightly around them, as the first cold drops of rain hit the stone around me. Then lightning tears across the sky, and he's there. Rhaegar steps into the alcove like a shadow given form, wings slick from the rain, his eyes burning like gold fire through the dusk. Go away, I whisper. No, a single word, unshakable. I look up, and the storm behind him flickers like it knows this moment is sacred, or cursed. You make me feel like I'm unravelling, I say, and not just the Medea part, all of me. I know. You should have left me to die. I couldn't. The wind gusts, pushing rain into the shelter, cold and sharp against my skin. I should move, should turn away. But then his voice lowers, rough, unsteady. Do you want to know what I found in the heart of this city? My heart stutters. He steps closer. I found proof of what I already feared, that you, she, made a pact with the Wraithborn, a blood oath that can't be broken. His voice cracks. They think they own you. I breathe in sharply, every word a cut I can't stop bleeding from. I'm going to sever it, he says, whatever it takes. And then he looks at me like he's seeing me for the first time, or maybe the last. I won't lose you to them, he says. Not again. I don't know who moves first. Maybe it's both of us. Maybe it's the storm. Maybe it's the bond that's always been there, waiting for us to give in. But then he's kissing me. And I'm kissing him. It isn't soft. It isn't sweet. It's desperate. Furious. A collision of grief and fire and everything we've never said. His mouth devours mine like I'm the only thing keeping him tethered to the world, and I clutch at him like I'll shatter if I let go. His claws bite into stone just beside my head as I arch into him, the heat between us so violent it turns magic to flame. A blast of energy erupts from my spine, slamming into the wall behind us. Stone cracks. A section of the ruin collapses with a roar. We break apart, gasping. The sky screams with thunder overhead. I stare at him, breathless, lips swollen, heart racing. He looks wrecked, like he wants to say something, but the words won't come. So he does what he always does. He turns and walks away. And I'm left in the broken remnants of our storm, hands trembling, lips burning, magic pulsing through my veins like lightning, wondering what the hell we've just done.
Chapter 22, Rhaegar. The ruins are quieter after the storm, but it's not a peaceful silence. It's watchful, like something has noticed us. I linger in the shadows of a half-collapsed wall, my body still humming from the kiss I should never have given her, from the taste of her magic, from the ache it left in my teeth. She's inside me now in a way I can't strip free, her power nesting where the void in my chest used to be. And Protheka knows it. The magic does. The wind has changed. It carries no scent, no chill, only stillness. A waiting. Then I hear it. A soft click on stone. Not claws, not paws, feet, bare and slow. I shift, instinct wrapping around my spine like armor. My wings stretch wide, silent. My claws flex. Another sound, closer now. A breath where there should be none. I leap from the ledge just as the first creature appears beneath me. Its form a flickering silhouette, half there, half not. The moment I strike, my fist passes through mist, and my body lands hard on the broken tiles. The shadows ripple. They rise. And then I feel them. The unseen. My memories. They're called this way because they're unidentified and can be anything. I'm even unsure of what they are, exactly. Things forgotten by the surface of the world, born from cursed soul magic, corrupted beyond even the understanding of the 13. Their faces blur in and out of reality, jaws splitting too wide, hands elongated and reaching like tendrils. Not undead, not demons. Something worse. Remnants of a power that should have faded with the wars. Their eyes glow faintly, and they are all fixed on one direction. Nora! I let out a guttural roar and hurl myself at them. Stone tears through smoke. One of them shrieks, high and unnatural, and I slam it into the stone, but it melts beneath my claws like smoke. Another lashes out. Its hand brushes my side, and fire spreads across my ribcage like acid. Soul burn. They're feeding. No, searching. They're not here to kill. They're here to claim. My rage spikes, and the ground quakes with the force of it. My wings explode outward as I throw a kinetic blast that shatters the nearest column. Stone rains down, crushing one of the beasts, but it reforms seconds later, crawling from its own dust like it's wearing the ruin itself. "What are you?" I snarl, but they don't speak. They don't have to. Because I feel it now, through the bond. Through her magic flaring again in the distance, untrained, leaking like a signal into the world. Nora. She's calling to them without realizing it. She summoned them, not with intent. With blood. The memory of the shrine flashes through my mind. The pact, the runes, the damn name painted across the stones in ink that smelled of ash and bone. Medea. She's waking inside her, and the wastes have begun to respond. This place was cursed long before she ever stepped foot into it. A burial ground of failed creations. It was once a battlefield for those who never belonged, not in life, not in death. The ashen wastes are a crucible, a graveyard of Protheka's sins, and her magic sings to every broken thing left behind. I draw deeply on what little power I have left. My regeneration's slowed. My hunger gnaws. I haven't fed in too long. Not from her. Not since I pulled away that night with her mouth on mine, her fire spilling into me like salvation. I can only get from her. Feed from her. My body doesn't accept anything else. We're both broken. But I don't need to feed now. I need to destroy. With a roar, I slam my palm into the broken stone beneath my feet and release the magnetic force still locked in my corrupted veins. The air ripples. Lightning splits the sky in a streak of gold-red flame, and it strikes the earth in a wave that scatters the creatures backward, their forms unraveling into wailing dust. Silence returns, but it's a false silence, a truce between breaths. The unseen will return. I stalk through the ruin toward Nora's energy, rage coiling tighter in my gut with each step. My claws won't retract. My wings twitch again. I feel every cell inside me screaming to take what's mine, to anchor myself before I fade entirely. But I won't touch her. She stands at the corner of the ruin looking toward the horizon, unaware of the war I just fought to keep her breathing. Her magic dances around her, an aura visible, even in the dying stormlight. She's changing, evolving, and something deep in the world is listening. I glance at my hand, where a mark now burns along my wrist, a line of cursed soul ink from one of the unseen. It's not just corruption. It's a claim. They've marked me too. They always come to those that are tainted. I clench my teeth and whisper into the wind, "You won't take her. And if you try, I will burn this world to ash."
Chapter 23. Nora. I don't remember when I started walking again. The ruins shift around me, indistinct, like they're changing when I'm not looking. Cracked stone walls etched with glyphs hum softly beneath my fingers, pulsing with recognition that isn't mine. My blood feels like it's turning electric. My skin too tight for the things moving inside me. It should frighten me. It doesn't. I feel hollowed out, not empty but scraped raw, like something old has been gouged from my soul, leaving behind space for something else to take root. The remnants of our enemies still cling to the air, bitter and metallic, but I can barely focus on it. My legs move of their own accord, following some unspoken pull. Rhaegar hasn't come looking for me again. Maybe he's giving me space, or maybe he knows something I don't. The corridor narrows into a downward spiral of stone stairs, worn smooth by time and memory. The deeper it is, the colder it gets, frost coating the edges of the stone despite the storm's warmth still lingering above. My breath turns to mist, and the magic in my veins quiets like it's holding itself still. At the bottom, the chamber yawns wide and circular, silent, intact. At its centre, an obsidian pedestal cradles something veiled in shadow. My pulse skips. I cross the threshold, each footfall echoing louder than it should. As I draw closer, the shadows peel back to reveal it. A mirror. Oval. Tall as I am. The frame is carved from dark bone and etched with runes that shimmer faintly when I step into the light. But the glass doesn't reflect me. At least, not only me. My face stares back, but it's not mine. She is taller. Her posture is straight, imperious. Her hair is bound in coils of silver and black, her armour etched with sigils I don't understand, but feel like I should. Her eyes, they burn violet, a flaring amethyst. The mirror pulses, my breath catches, and she smiles. I stumble back, shaking my head. No, 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 no. Her image ripples, but remains. I feel a pull in my gut, like a string tied tight between my ribs and the glass. My knees give out. I fall to them, clawing at the stone floor. I want to turn away. I can't. You're not real, I whisper. You're a memory, a shadow, not me. She tilts her head in the reflection, opens her mouth, and my voice comes out. I am what you were always meant to become. The sound shatters me. Something tears inside my chest, some dam, some seal, and the magic explodes outward in a torrent of silver flame. I scream as power lashes from my fingers, arcs across the chamber, slams into the walls and the ceiling and the mirror itself. It doesn't break, she doesn't vanish. She grows clearer. The ground cracks beneath me. My skin burns with arcane lightning. My thoughts aren't mine anymore. They're filled with fire, with fury, with names and memories I've never lived. I see a throne made of bone and crystal. I see cities bowed in ash. I see Rhaegar bleeding at my feet. And I want it. Gods, I want it. No! I try to pull myself back, but the magic won't stop. It won't stop. Hands grab me from behind. Real hands, pulling me back, anchoring me. I twist, snarling, and nearly unleash a blast until I see who it is. Rhaegar. His arms are locked around me, holding me down as I thrash, as light pours from my mouth in a ragged scream. Let me go, I cry. I won't, he says, voice rough, grounding. She's inside me. She's waking. I can't stop it. I know, he growls. But you're still in there too. My vision blurs. She's stronger, I sob. She's always been stronger. He tightens his hold, pressing his forehead to the side of my head. You are not her. I shake, magic crackling in wild waves. But she is part of you now, he says, breath ghosting against my temple. You don't have to be her. You just have to choose. The storm inside me slows, only slightly. The mirror still stands. But now our faces are merged. One eye violet, one eye silver, one mouth set in a snarl. The other whispering, help me. I collapse against Rhaegar, my whole body trembling, magic pulsing low and wild beneath my skin. I don't know who I am anymore, I whisper. His arms tighten. Then we'll find out together.
Chapter 24. Rhaegar. She's still trembling in my arms when I kiss her. I don't mean to. It isn't planned. It's instinct. Raw and involuntary, like a beast snapping at the only light in a long, cursed darkness. 1 second I'm holding her, trying to stop her from unraveling. The next, my mouth finds hers, desperate to devour the terror bleeding from her soul before it tears her apart. But it's not just her fear anymore. It's mine, too. She kisses me back with the same ferocity, as if we both know there's no turning away from this edge we've been circling. Her fingers curl into the collar of my tunic, dragging me closer until we're pressed together in the ruin's heart, surrounded by shattered stone and spectral memories that scream of who she was, who she might still be. Our magic flares, dangerous, volatile. Hers crackles along my skin like frostbite, while mine burns in molten pulses beneath the surface. We've barely touched, and already I can feel her slipping deeper into me, her essence threading through my bones like smoke through cracks. But I don't stop, because I need her. Not just her body or her touch. I need this to remind myself that she's here, now. Not Medea. Not a ghost. Not a vision. Nora. The woman who defies me, challenges me, saves me without even knowing it. We stumble together, blindly, into the chamber's shadows. I press her against a cracked pillar, kissing her harder, rougher. She whimpers. It's not because of pain, but from need, and the sound undoes something primal inside me. I growl low in my throat, and she shudders as I hoist her up with too much ease, her legs instinctively wrapping around my waist. Her breath is fire against my neck. Rhaegar. I kiss her throat, her shoulder, the corner of her jaw where I feel her pulse racing beneath fragile skin. She smells like fear and power, like arcing magic and wildfire. I want her. Gods help me, I need her. Clothing tears, hands roam, teeth graze. We are not gentle. This is not slow, this is not tender. It's brutal. A storm of flesh and magic and buried grief. We crash together like tectonic plates, breaking open things inside me I didn't know could still hurt. Her nails dig into my back as I press into her. I feel her magic spasm violently through her skin, sparks bursting from her fingertips, carving lines of silver heat into my stone flesh. And I don't care. I want her to leave marks. Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the Worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. Chapter 25. Nora. The ruins still smell like ash and lightning. My skin aches. Not due to pain, but from him, from the searing imprint of his touch, from the fire that burned through both of us and left nothing untouched. I'm sore in places I didn't know could feel sore. And beneath that, something deeper thrums, an echo of his magic now tangled with mine, coiled like smoke in my bones. I sit up slowly, wrapping my arms around myself. My body feels too light, like I've lost weight overnight. No, not weight. Something else, something vital. I don't know what exactly, just that it's gone, and he has it now. Rhaegar sits across the room, silent, shirtless, half-shrouded in the shadow of a cracked pillar. His wings are tucked tight, his jaw clenched like he's been chewing on guilt for hours and hasn't yet decided to spit it out. I stare at him. He doesn't look at me. Coward. You're awfully quiet for someone who just tried to set the ceiling on fire with magic, I say, my voice still raspy from everything we didn't say last night. His eyes flick to me, molten gold and stormy. You almost died, he says flatly. I arch a brow. Well, so did you. Frequently, repeatedly, with enthusiasm if I recall. That's not what I meant. His voice sharpens, cutting through the tension like a blade. Then say what you mean, I snap, standing. The blanket slips off my shoulders, and I don't care. He's already seen everything, taken everything. His gaze drops, then lifts again like he's forcing himself to meet my eyes. You're weaker. I took too much. I laugh. It's not soft. It's not kind. Congratulations, you finally admit it. I didn't want... He breaks off, running a hand over his face. I couldn't stop. No, I say, my voice soft but lethal. You didn't try to stop. That hits, his jaw ticks. You think I wanted to hurt you. I think you needed me, and you let that need take everything. Silence stretches between us, thick and suffocating. I don't regret it, I say, just to see what he'll do. His head snaps up, eyes blazing. You should. I walk toward him slowly, the stone cold under my feet, shards of broken magic still humming in the air. Do you regret it? His silence says everything. I crouch in front of him, searching his face for something, remorse, longing, hate. I'm not sure what I want to find. You fed on me, Rhaegar. Not just magic. You devoured. I know. You said I was yours. I tilt my head. Was that a vow or a warning? He leans forward until our foreheads almost touch. His breath brushes my lips. It was both. The honesty of it stings more than any lie. I want to hit him. I want to kiss him again. I want to scream and demand he undo whatever he's done to me. But the truth is, it's already too late. I can feel him inside me, magic humming where it never lived before, a tether wrapped tight around my soul, pulsing with heat and need. You changed me, I whisper. He nods once, grim. You changed me first. I want to laugh. I want to cry. Instead, I sit down beside him on the floor, our shoulders brushing. Tell me the truth, I say quietly. How much did you take? He exhales slowly. Enough that I don't think I'll turn to stone again, even if you leave. I go still. The bond was what kept him alive. The constant need for my presence, the endless drain. And now? You're free of me? He turns his head toward me, something unreadable in his expression. No, I'm full of you. My throat tightens. I stare at the cracked wall across the room, heart pounding. So what happens now? I don't know. He leans back, resting his head against the stone. I've never been this. I've never had this. We sit in silence for a long time. When I finally speak, my voice is tired, but sure. We can't keep doing this. If you take from me again like that. I know. His voice is quiet. Next time, I'll stop. There's a long pause. I murmur, you shouldn't have to. He doesn't reply, but his hand finds mine, our fingers tangling together without fanfare, without force. Just there, together in the ruin of everything we were. Bound, damned. I think maybe not alone. Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Corthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you.
Chapter 26. Rhaegar. 2 days pass. 2 days of silence thick enough to drown in, of unspoken apologies and restless magic simmering just beneath her skin. I don't touch her again. Not because I don't want to. Not because the hunger's gone. If anything, it's worse now, knowing what she tastes like, what she sounds like when she breaks open beneath me. But because I took too much. And now the part of her that lives inside me won't shut up. I feel her even when she's on the other side of the ruin. Her heartbeat, the whisper of her magic, the low hum of her dreams when she finally sleeps. I know it's a result of what we did, of what I let happen. She trains each day beneath the archway of a half-collapsed corridor, hurling her power at shattered stone and old glyphs carved into the walls. Her control is improving, less feral, more focused. The flare-ups still come, when her mind drifts, when the whispering gets louder, when she forgets she's not just Nora anymore. I watch her from the shadows, jaw tight. She doesn't know I'm looking for answers. She doesn't see the runes I sketch when she's not watching, the old texts I scrape from the walls, the blood marks I test on stone. There must be a way to unbind her from the Wraithborn, to keep them from claiming her, because they will come back. They always do. And next time, they won't just watch from the edges of the wastes. They'll take. I've seen what happens when a soul is split between two masters. It shatters. And she's already cracking. "You want to leave?" she says behind me, interrupting my thoughts. Her voice is low, but not uncertain. She's standing at the archway, arms folded, magic sparking faintly along her fingers. I glance up. "Yes." Her mouth curves. Not quite a smile. "Because you're scared." I narrow my eyes. "Because I'm not stupid." She strides toward me, each step defiant. "You want to run every time the past reaches out its hand. That's not strength, Rhaegar, that's fear." My wings twitch behind me. "The past didn't just reach for you. It owns you. You said you wanted to fight it. Then we should be moving, finding a way to stop Medea before she rises through you completely." "I need to understand her to fight her," she snaps. "Don't you get it? If I walk away now, I walk away blind. And if we stay, you won't walk away at all." Her jaw clenches, but she says nothing. I rake a hand through my hair, my claws dragging against my scalp. "You don't know what they're capable of, Nora. The Wraithborn. They don't attack because they're not ready. Not because they're merciful." "Then we prepare," she says, stepping closer. "You trained me. You said it yourself. I'm stronger now. Let me be strong." I should argue. I should grab her and fly us far from this cursed city before it buries her in memories that don't belong to her. But she's staring at me like I'm the enemy. And I'm too tired to be the enemy right now. "Fine," I growl. 2 more days, that's all." Her eyes flash, but she nods. Later that night, we lie in silence again. On opposite sides of the chamber, the air between us thick with everything we haven't said. She's not sleeping. I know it from the way her breathing stutters, uneven. Her body curls slightly toward me in the dark, even as she tries to pretend it doesn't. I turn onto my back, eyes fixed on the broken ceiling above us. Stars blink through the cracks. Distant, indifferent. A breeze whispers through the ruin, then stops, and doesn't return. My muscles tense. I sit up slowly, wings unfurling in silence. Nora rises too, her magic already shimmering around her like frost. "You feel that?" she whispers. I nod once. It's not the Wraithborn. It's not the unseen. Something else entirely, older, more disciplined. There's a pulse to it. Rhythmic. Controlled. Feminine. I step toward the edge of the ruin, narrowing my senses. In the distance, past the bone-dry valley, I see them. Figures moving through the ash, robed, tall, eyes glowing faintly with magic born of life and fire. Purna. My blood runs cold. They haven't seen us yet, but they will. And when they do, they won't care what Nora remembers. They'll only see what she's become, and they'll try to take her back.
Chapter 27. Nora. The moment I feel them, I know. The pressure shifts in the air like a storm rolling in over bone-dry land, thick and slow and unnatural. The magic prickles along my spine before I even see them. An ancient raw hum I haven't felt since I was a child standing before a matriarch's altar. It's like breathing in smoke laced with memory. I sit up slowly from my makeshift bedding beneath the shattered archway, Rhaegar already rising beside me, every inch of him alert, coiled, his eyes slitted in suspicion. "They're close," I whisper. "I know." His voice is gravel, already hardening with purpose. From between the crooked spires of half-buried ruins and crumbling statuary, they appear, silent and spectral, their outlines sharpening as they step into the pale light of a dying moon. There are 5 of them. Robes of black, grey and deep crimson hang off thin shoulders. Their faces are streaked with ash and war paint, but there's no mistaking what they are. Purna, my sisters, my past, and from the way they look at me, my judgment. The one at the centre steps forward, and though her hair is streaked with silver and her mouth is a bitter line, I know her. "Ivenna," I breathe. She was never matriarch when I knew her. Back then, she was a second, strict but fair. She taught me how to feel the breath of the world beneath my feet, how to coax vines through stone cracks. Now she looks like someone who's carved power out of fire and blood. "I had hoped the whispers were wrong," Ivenna says, her tone quiet but sharp as cut obsidian. "That our fallen sister hadn't broken covenant." "I didn't break anything," I snap, standing. My bare feet dig into the soot-crusted floor. "You abandoned me. You left me to rot when you thought I was a threat." Her eyes narrow. "Because you were. You still are. Medea stirs in you. We can see it." My throat dries. Rhaegar steps forward, silent but solid beside me, and her gaze slides to him like oil across glass. "And this?" Ivenna's voice dips lower, venom coiled in silk. "The cursed beast you lie with?" Rhaegar growls. The sound is quiet, but it makes every bird for miles scatter. "He is not your concern," I bite out. "He is our concern if you still claim to be one of us. The blood pact you made with him is a blight, unforgivable. It is spreading. Even now your magic, our magic, is tainted." I lift my chin. "You came all this way to lecture me?" "No." Her gaze sharpens like flint to blade. "We came to give you a choice." The other Purna move behind her, and their silence is more dangerous than anything else. "Return with us. Sever the bond. Cleanse the power. Become what you were meant to be. Or..." Ivenna's eyes flick to Rhaegar again. "Kill him, and prove to us that you are not Medea reborn." I go still. There's a beat of silence, and then Rhaegar chuckles, low, mirthless, and utterly without humour. "You have no idea what she's capable of," he says, "and you will not command her." Ivenna's eyes flash. "We command what is ours." "You command nothing," I snap, stepping between them. "I am not yours. Not any more." The magic around me flickers, mine and not mine, old and new. The earth beneath my feet shivers. "You've always belonged to us," Ivenna says. "You were born of the coven. You were trained in our ways. You carry our blood and our burdens. You owe us." "I don't owe you anything." Behind me, Rhaegar shifts, as though preparing for violence. His wings arch subtly, framing me like a shield. "She won't go with you," he says, and his voice could shatter bone. "And if you try to force her, you will regret it." Ivenna stares at me, long and hard. Her expression is unreadable, but her next words are full of warning. "Think carefully, Nora, because the next time we meet there will be no offer." My heart hammers in my chest. Her voice softens, as if negotiating. Ivenna moves as if they're leaving. Thank the gods. Rhaegar doesn't touch me, but his voice is close as he orders, "Leave." Suddenly, there's a flash of light, and I'm momentarily disoriented as it blinds me. I try to reach for him, but I can't find her. What the hell? What did they do?
Chapter 28. Rhaegar. I should have seen the betrayal coming. The moment their leader softened her voice, cloaked it in honeyed diplomacy, I should have known what followed wasn't peace, but poison. I let myself believe, even for a heartbeat, that the Purnas had changed, that they had learned from the centuries of ruin we left in our wake. But Protheka remembers its monsters, and I, it seems, still wear that title with ease. Now I kneel, bound by ancient sigil-wrought chains sunk deep into the earth, magic woven with a precision I hadn't seen in generations. It saps the very marrow of my power, bleeding it away like a slow leak. My body, volatile and half-formed, flickers with instability. Obsidian skin pulls taut, ember-like cracks webbing across my arms. I grit my teeth through the pain. Across from me, Nora lies still, silent but far from calm. The collar around her neck gleams dully in the torchlight, laced with suppression runes etched by someone who knows what she is. Not just what she's becoming, but what she was. She doesn't speak, doesn't scream, but her gaze slices sharper than any blade, locked on the woman standing over her, Matriarch Ivana, leader of the surviving Purna coven. "Kill the gargoyle," Ivana says coolly to her warriors, her voice calm as spring frost. "He's served his purpose." "No," another interjects. "His blood might still be of use. Gargoyle flesh doesn't decay. He could be a reservoir." I don't flinch. Not at the word reservoir. Not at the way they talk about me like I'm not a being, but a resource. I've been this before. Nora jerks against her restraints, fury etched in every line of her body. "He's not yours to use." Ivana turns her head, her silver-streaked hair catching the firelight. "Neither are you, child." "I'm not your child," Nora spits. "I don't belong to anyone." Ivana studies her with cool disdain. "You carry her essence. You wear Medea's skin. You are hers, whether you admit it or not." A quiet falls over the gathering. One of the younger Purna shifts uneasily. They all feel it, the press of something ancient in the air, a pressure building like a storm behind glass. It's me. The longer they keep these chains on me, the more unstable I become. I can feel the core of my body tremble, the cracks widening like fault lines beneath the surface. "You shouldn't have bound me," I mutter through clenched teeth. Ivana flicks a look my way. "You shouldn't have existed." My mouth twists into a smile that's more threat than humor. I still do. Their attention shifts then, just for a moment, as they begin discussing something else. Something older. Sacred. The words reach my ears. Quiet, half whispers. "The artifact. It's close," one says. "We follow the ley line to the vault." "It was hers, wasn't it?" another asks. "Medea's?" "It was hers to wield. The Wraithbinder. The artifact that sealed the blood pacts and unsealed them. It could control them all if it's real." A fire ignites in my gut, one hotter than magic. Wraithbinder. That name, I remember it, half buried in ancient memory, in forgotten wars and burning cities. I remember her raising it like a god-chosen blade. I remember what it did, what it undid. It doesn't just control the Wraithborn, it breaks the contracts. And if that artifact still exists, if these coven witches are hunting it, then it could sever Medea's claim on Nora. Or enslave her all over again. I close my eyes. Beneath my ribs, the hollow where a heart should be, throbs with a different kind of pain. I can't let them find it. Not before I do. Not before I decide what must be done. Nora's eyes catch mine again. There's a question in them. Always the same question. What aren't you telling me? What are they talking about? And the answer always the same. Everything. But not forever. Tonight, I will get free. I will make a move. And gods help them all if they stand in my way.
Chapter 29. Nora. They circle me like wolves. They separated me from Rhaegar, and I can't help but worry. Matriarch Ivana's voice is smooth as silk, pulled taut over a blade, her eyes shining with power as she takes a measured step forward. You're confused. We understand. The magic in your blood is ancient, dangerous, but we can help you, Nora. We're the only ones who can. I sit cross-legged in the centre of a crude circle of glowing runes etched into the sand. They claimed it was for clarity, protection, truth. I know better. Behind her, the other Purnas watch me with eyes like shards of obsidian, their faces unreadable. Their magic pulses through the air like a net stretched tight over my skin. I can feel the collar around my throat tightening with every breath, and the bond I share with Rhaegar, it's still there, but distant, muffled, like someone shoved it into the back of a drawer and slammed it shut. I'm not confused, I say flatly, meeting Ivena's gaze. I'm angry. She smiles at that. You should be. You've been manipulated, bound, chained to a creature who, if given the choice, would kill you. They're our enemies. Then why haven't I given him that choice? Her lips tighten. Good. I want her off balance. You deserve your answers, she says instead. You deserve to know the truth of who you are, what you were, the life Medea lived before your time, and the magic that lies dormant in your bones. I tense. And we can give you that, she adds, her voice dipping low, persuasive. We can undo the Wraithborn's tether to your soul. We can free you. I inhale slowly. In exchange for what? There's a pause. Softly she says, Rhaegar. My heart thuds once, then again, louder, like a war drum against my ribs. You want me to kill him. A beat of silence. You must, Ivenna says, her voice calm. He's unstable. The bond he shares with you is feeding his magic. It'll drive him mad. Worse, it'll pull the Wraithborn straight to you. They sense him through you. He's a beacon. He's also the reason I'm still alive. You're not thinking clearly. He's already taken too much. I rise to my feet slowly, fists clenched. So have you. One of the Purna flinches. Another narrows her eyes. The collar crackles around my neck in warning. But I don't stop. My power, though suppressed, is still there, roaring beneath the surface, hot and wild and furious. Let me speak to him, I demand. Let me see him. No, Ivenna says. Not until you've made your choice. I already have. And then the world shatters. A gust of wind explodes outward from the west, ripping across the sands like a scream. The torches lining the ritual circle flicker violently, and then die. The very ground vibrates beneath our feet. Dust kicks up in great choking clouds as figures appear on the horizon. The Wraithborn. Their forms rise from the desert like ghosts given flesh. Armour scorched black, faces obscured by helms that hiss with blue light. And their eyes, gods, their eyes, nothing but endless hunger behind obsidian masks. Panic ripples through the Purnas like lightning. Spells are cast, shields go up. Screams echo into the air as the first Wraithborn leaps into the circle and drives a blade through the chest of a priestess beside me. Blood hits my face. Everything breaks. I'm yanked backward by unseen hands. The collar snaps at my throat, but then, suddenly, it fizzles and bursts, as if something stronger has intervened. I gasp as the connection between me and Rhaegar slams back into place. He's free. A snarl splits the night, and I see him. My gargoyle. Rhaegar bursts from the shadows like vengeance incarnate, his body crackling with broken magic, eyes lit with fury. His claws tear into the Wraithborn nearest to me, ripping it from the inside out in one explosive movement. The air warps around him with each step, his power distorting the light. He's wounded. I can see it in the tremble of his hands, the uneven way he breathes. The cracks in his skin glow red, lava bright, like he's coming apart at the seams. But still he fights. Rhaegar! I cry, reaching for him, even as another Purna falls screaming behind me. Ivenna turns to run, but a Wraithborn catches her mid-incantation. Her body crumples. One of the younger witches tries to shield me with a dome of magic, but it falters under the weight of 2 charging Wraithborn. She's flung like a doll into the stone altar behind us. I don't even know if she's breathing. The Wraithborn move toward me, deliberate, unhurried. Their hands don't reach for my heart. They reach for my face, my chest, my soul. They want me whole. No, no! I stumble back, magic surging through me in violent bursts. I lash out, uncontrolled, a cyclone of force and heat. One of them staggers, but not far. They close in. But Rhaegar is faster. He slams into them with a roar, his body already fracturing from the pressure. "Stay back," he snarls at me, blood trailing from his mouth. "Rhaegar, you're—" I don't finish the thought. I don't need to. He's burning from the inside out. He turns toward me, wild and barely himself. "Nora, I need—" I know. I run to him, and without hesitation, without thought, I press my lips to his.
Chapter 30. Rhaegar. The battlefield still reeks of scorched earth and spilled blood. The ash clings to my skin like a curse, coating my wings in soot, staining the corners of my mouth with the copper tang of fury. Nora lies crumpled a few feet from me, her chest heaving, her fingers twitching as if they still remember the way they wrapped around my collar, dragging me into that kiss. That act, that desperate soul-burning contact, wasn't meant to be salvation. It was a gamble, a sacrifice. And I took it. The storm of her magic still churns in my chest. I can feel it. Her essence, raw and untamed, binding to mine in tangled threads that shouldn't exist. I was starving, my body fractured from the last fight with the Wraithborn. They would have torn her apart if she hadn't offered herself. If she hadn't whispered my name and kissed me like I was both her ruin and her redemption. I crouch beside her, brushing strands of hair away from her cheek. She's feverish, pale. The bond between us pulses too hot, too alive. "You didn't have to," I whisper, my voice a rasp. "God's damn it, Nora!" She stirs, a weak groan sliding past her lips. Her magic flickers inside me like coals refusing to go cold. But we don't have time, because the world responds to magic like sharks to blood. The unseen come with the wind. Their shrieks split the sky before their bodies even form, shadows that twist and manifest from the crevices of the ashen wastes. Dozens of them, hunched, spindled horrors with eyes that glow blue and mouths that stretch too wide. I gather Nora in my arms just as the first one lunges. "Move!" I snarl at the remaining Purna, what's left of them after the Wraithborn's surprise onslaught. Ivenna staggers back, covered in grime and gore, her eyes wide as she watches the unseen descend like a tide. "This is your doing!" she screams at me. I can watch them die, fly away and force my body, but the reluctance in Nora's eyes says it all. She still has emotions for them, not hate, but maybe sentimentality. I grit my teeth as I bellow, "This is no time for blaming. Help me fix it." And somehow she does. We fight side by side, Purna magic exploding like wildfire, mine laced with the added strength of Nora's gift. I tear through the unseen like a blade through silk, my claws sinking into corrupted flesh, my wings slashing, my roars turning into something primal. But it's Nora's magic in me that drives them back. They feel it. They fear it. She was always more than mortal. I sense the shift when one of the unseen tries to flee. They're not winning. Not with me possessed by her flame. Not with the Purna retaliating with every ounce of spite and grief. By the time the dust settles, half the Purna lie broken on the ground. And Ivenna stands in front of me, bloodied but alive, her sister curled in her arms. "You saved her," she says, eyes narrow. "I didn't do it for you." "I know." She exhales. "But we're not your enemies today." She pulls something from her cloak, a scroll, old and cracked, bound by the same sigils I saw etched around the artifact they spoke of. "This map," she says, "will lead you to the artifact." Nora stirs again behind me, and I clutch her tighter. "I don't trust you." "You shouldn't," Ivana replies. "But I owe you. And more importantly," her gaze drifts to Nora, "I made a vow. I will repay what I owe." She steps closer, lowering her voice to a whisper that slices deep. "Nora is dead. The one who walks now. She's a storm waiting to happen. If you let that thing wake fully..." Her eyes burn into mine. "I'll end her myself. I swear it." And with that, she turns. The surviving Purna gather their wounded and vanish into the wastes, their silence more dangerous than threats. I'm left kneeling in the ash, holding the woman I can't let go of, the woman I may one day have to destroy. "I won't lose you," I whisper, my claws curling into the dirt. "Not to them. Not to Medea. Not to whatever this world wants you to become." As her magic thrums inside me, I realize I don't care if it damns me. She is mine. And now we walk alone into the ruin and rage of what comes next.
Chapter 31. Nora. The silence after battle is never truly silent. It thrums in the bones. It whispers at the edges of the mind like breath against the nape of your neck, uninvited and intimate. That's where she speaks from, Medea. It starts as a hum, a tremor threading through the base of my spine as I lie on the cold, cracked stone of what's left of the shelter Rhaegar built. My body is still mending. The magic I gave him hasn't come back to me. I'm a shell of heat and bone and fluttering breath. But she is whole. "You don't have to be weak." Her voice curls around me like smoke from a ruined altar. Familiar. Ancient. Mine. "You could have destroyed them. All of them. They would have knelt to you if you just let me in." I clutch the blanket tighter around myself. It smells of him. Ash and dark earth and something distinctly Rhaegar. I focus on that scent, willing it to anchor me to the now, to who I am, who I'm trying to stay. He's not far. I feel him before I see him, pacing just beyond the ruined archway, his footsteps heavy, his presence louder than any noise. He hasn't said much since the last attack. I know why. I see the guilt every time his gaze catches on me and lingers too long. He thinks he took too much. He thinks I gave too much. But he doesn't understand. It was mine to give. When I finally stir, pushing myself upright with a grimace, he's there. "You shouldn't be moving yet," he says, crouching beside me. His voice is raw, and there's something in his eyes, something fraying at the edges. "I'm fine," I lie. My limbs feel like lead. My head pulses with magic that's not entirely mine. Rhaegar looks at me for a long beat, then finally says, "She spoke to me." My blood stills. I already know who he means. Medea. What did she say? My voice barely carries, but the words cut through the cold like knives. He hesitates. Rhaegar. He meets my gaze, and something in his expression cracks. She offered me freedom, power, a life beyond the ruins, beyond all this. And she said I could have it all, he murmurs, if I surrendered you. The world narrows to a sharp, burning point. "Did you consider it?" "No," he says immediately, the word laced with something savage. "Gods, no." I want to believe him. I do. But the way his jaw clenches says he's still bleeding from the offer, that it wasn't easy to reject. "Why did she speak to you?" I whisper. "Because we're bound," he replies. "Not just by the pact, not just by blood, something deeper. She sees it. She's always seen it. I think she remembers us both." A shiver runs down my spine. We are shadows stitched into history, wounds that never healed. She showed me a vision, I admit, of what I could become if I took the artifact for myself. He stiffens. I saw fire, I say, and thrones, and you beside me, but not as you are. You were changed, bound to me. And you? I look away. I didn't look like me anymore. We're quiet for a long time. The kind of silence that breathes between two people who might be about to destroy each other. Or save each other. Finally, he draws the map from his cloak. She's waiting for us, he says. But we're not going for her. We're going for the artifact. And what happens when we find it? He doesn't answer. We travel in silence. The wastes part like an old wound, revealing a path we didn't see before. The map guides us through ravines where the wind screams like a chorus of the damned, over broken stone bridges barely holding together, and through temples swallowed by time. And then we find it. A ruin half buried in the earth, older than any I've seen. The air around it thrums with power, oppressive, cloying, seductive. My magic writhes inside me, half in pain, half in longing. We step inside. It's not empty. The Wraithborn wait within the shadows, dozens of them, their eyes glowing like blue flame, their bodies motionless, but alert. And behind them, the artifact. It floats above a stone altar etched with runes I can't read but somehow understand. Blood has been spilled here, oaths have been made here. Rhaegar growls beside me. This place, it's their tether. Their what? It's what binds them to the world. The artifact feeds them, controls them, or frees them. And me? He looks at me like I'm the blade and the wound. I don't know what it will do to you. We don't move. The Wraithborn don't either. The standoff stretches until the air feels brittle, and in the silence. All you have to do, Medea whispers, is reach for it. There isn't much left of the world after the orcs came.
Savage. Brutal. Merciless.
If you're a woman, you're property. Even to other humans.
What happens when an orc stakes his claim on a human woman? Who would dare to stop him?
Me.
Chapter 32. Rhaegar. The air shifts as we cross the threshold. The silence that follows the Purna's retreat is not peace, it is a pause. A breath before something ancient exhales. The ruins stretch out before us, broken teeth of marble and obsidian swallowed by ash. But at the heart of it, where the earth dips into a sunken bowl of stone, stands the artifact. It's not what I expected. No glimmering weapon, no throne of power. It's a spire of bone and obsidian, coiled in glyphs that move, slithering like serpents trapped beneath glass. Light pulses at its core, blood red, like a wound refusing to close. And standing in a half-circle around it, unmoving, are the Wraithborn. Guardians, sentinels, corpses wearing war. I keep my steps slow, controlled, but already the bones in my spine feel like they're splintering. The artifact sings to the part of me that is not wholly alive. My joints ache. My wings twitch, frayed and twitching from the pressure. Every inch closer sends another shock through my ruined body, like I'm unraveling thread by thread. Nora moves ahead of me, quiet, steady. They're letting her through, I say under my breath. She doesn't answer. Her eyes are locked on the spire, her expression dazed. Not vacant, no, something darker. Almost reverent. The Wraithborn shift. Their heads turn in unison, ignoring me completely now. It's her they want. Her they recognize. I grip my teeth. Stop, Nora. Don't go any closer. She doesn't stop. She doesn't even flinch. Her hand rises, slow as molasses in winter, reaching for the center of the spire, where the light pulses brightest. Her steps falter just as her fingers near the surface, but the hum in the air grows unbearable. I stumble. My knees hit the ash. Something is tearing inside me. The part of me that still remembers honor, restraint, control, the gargoyle, the thing I was sculpted into. It snarls beneath my skin. My fangs extend. My claws flex. I cannot be this close. Nora! My voice is raw, burning. She turns her head slightly, and that's when I see it. Her eyes, not blue, not gold. Black, shot with fire, Medea. The vision hits me like a blade. She stands beside the spire, draped in crimson, her smile soft and cruel all at once. No longer a memory. She's here. Medea! I growl, staggering to my feet, barely holding form. Her image looks at me. Not Nora's body. No. A second form, an echo made of magic and malice, standing beside the real Nora, like a mirrored reflection of what she could become. Still fighting it, Rhaegar, Medea whispers. Her voice is smoke wrapped in silk. Still clinging to your chains, even now. Look at her. Look at what she could be, with you beside her. I'll die before I let her turn into you. Medea laughs. Then you'll die and she'll choose me. Nora's hand brushes the artifact. The world holds its breath. A pulse ripples out. Not wind, not light. Something deeper. Something that slithers through stone and soul. The Wraithborn rear back in unison, their mouths open in a silent scream. No! I roar, lunging forward, and she stops. Nora freezes, her hand inches away, fingers trembling. Her lips part and a sound escapes, like a gasp torn from deep underwater. Her body jolts backward like something shoved her. The pulse fades. The artifact dims, flickering like a heartbeat slowing. The Wraithborn settle. One tilts its head at me. Its jaw clicks once. A warning, a curse. Or maybe gratitude. Nora crumples to her knees, breath ragged, shaking. I reach her in 2 strides, dropping beside her, cradling her face. What the hell were you thinking? She blinks up at me, dazed. I heard her. She was so loud. She showed me what I could be, what we could do, together. I want to shake her up. I want to hold her so tight, nothing ever touches her again. Instead, I breathe, my claws curling into the ash beside her. She's lying to you, I whisper. She showed me the Wraithborn kneeling at my feet, she says, voice shaking, the unseen fleeing. You beside me, not broken, not bleeding, whole. That's not real. It felt real, she whispers. I help her to her feet. Her legs almost give out, but I steady her. As I do, my gaze drifts to the artifact. There's a hairline fracture down its side now, small, glowing like molten gold. The seal has been disturbed. Something ancient has started to wake. This wasn't supposed to happen. Not yet. Nora shudders. She's still in my head. She will be, I say grimly, until we sever the tether. Her eyes meet mine. Then we find a way to do it. I nod, but I don't say what I'm thinking. That the only way to sever a soul-bound tether is to kill one of the souls. And I'll kill myself before I let her die. Maybe this is the reason why we met. The very reason why fate put me there, and I brought her here without knowing. My purpose is to protect and save her, and I'll gladly do it, fate or not. Chapter 33, Rygar. The wind carries the scent of scorched magic and distant decay as I guide Nora away from the artifact's chamber. Her steps are uneven, and though she says nothing, her shoulders quake beneath the weight of what just happened, what she almost became. I watch her out of the corner of my eye as we move deeper into the ruins, the lines of strain around her eyes, the twitch of her fingers, like they still feel the pulse of the artifact under her skin. She tries to hide it, but the glow from her palm betrays her. A fragment of that cursed thing has marked her, claimed her, and I don't know how long she has before it starts changing her from the inside out. I should have never brought her here. We don't make it far before the air changes again. Not the wind, but the silence. It sharpens, condenses, until it snaps like a bone under pressure. The Wraithborn scouts descend in a rush of silver-etched shadows and screeching armor, their hunger drawn by the artifact's flare of life. 5. No, 7. Maybe more cloaked in the dust behind them. They move with inhuman precision, their weapons pulsing with soul-bound venom. Nora barely lifts her hand when I shove her behind me. "Stay back," I snarl, wings flaring wide. The scouts don't hesitate. They don't threaten or posture, they attack. The first reaches me in a blink. I meet him with a blade of obsidian conjured from my own skin, magic reforged through pain. My power explodes, ragged and untamed, cutting the Wraithborn in half with a snarl that tears from my throat like a curse. The others follow, and I lose myself in the bloodshed. But the more I fight, the more I feel it, the unraveling. My limbs shake. My vision blurs at the edges. My magic flares too hot, then too cold, then sputters like a flame dying under rain. My body wasn't meant to hold this much power anymore. Not after everything I've taken, everything I've been forced to become. I break a Wraithborn's spine with my bare hands, but my arms tremble. Another slashes across my ribs. I barely feel it. The wound burns black. Corruption creeps in. I can't hold this form much longer. And then everything goes quiet. Not because the battle ends, but because Nora screams, a sound born of fear, fury, and something deeper. Anguish. I stagger, my legs giving way beneath me. My claws dig into the stone. My body begins to fracture, light pouring from my joints like the seams of a breaking vessel. My heart pounds like war drums. Then she's there. Hands on my face, magic in my throat, lips against mine, and not a kiss of love. Not this time. This is survival. A desperate, brutal transfer of life. Her magic slams into me like a storm front, shoving back the unraveling, sealing the fractures in my skin with molten heat. I cry out from what I feel through her, what she gives without hesitation, what she bleeds for me. Again, my vision returns, my body stabilizes, and the Wraithborns disappear as magic swirls around us violently. She collapses against me, her breath shallow, her glow dimmed, her hands trembling. "Why?" I rasp, cradling her. "Why would you do that again?" She smiles faintly, her lips cracked. "Because you're mine." And it breaks something in me, because I know this can't go on. If she keeps giving herself to save me, she won't make it to the final battle. She'll burn out like a falling star, beautiful, bright, and gone far too fast. I hold her tighter, pressing my forehead to hers, shielding her from the wind and ash with my wings. She drifts off in my arms, trusting me to hold her while she sleeps. And as the silence returns, I finally admit it to myself. I have to find a way to sever the bond between her and Medea. It must be done, even if it means breaking her trust, even if I perish. Because if I don't, the woman I love will die saving a world that's already tried to destroy her once. And I will not let her be sacrificed again.
Chapter 34. Nora. The moment I leave Rhaegar's side, I feel the tether stretched taut between us. Not physically, but magically, emotionally. It pulses beneath my skin like a second heartbeat, reminding me of the choice I made, of what I gave him. Again. I tell myself I only need a moment, one breath of solitude, one sliver of quiet. But in these ruins, quiet is never peaceful. It whispers, it tempts, it opens doorways that were better left closed. And I walk right into one. The hallway narrows the deeper I go, the air thickening like breath inside a crypt. There are no torches, no glow from glyphs etched in stone. Only the soft, eerie luminescence of mirrors, tall, warped, dust-covered, lining both sides of the corridor. I know better than to trust magic like this. But I step in anyway. The moment I do, the door seals behind me. I spin, but it's gone. No opening, no exit. Only reflection after reflection, mirrors catching me in infinite fragments. They begin to change. The first shows a girl who looks like me, but she's younger, softer. Her eyes are wide with fear as fire erupts behind her. She runs from a crumbling tower, clutching a book and a dagger, sobbing a name I no longer remember. The next mirror shows me again, older, hardened, crowned in gold and blood. I stand atop a pile of ash with Rhaegar at my feet, his wings torn, his chest carved open. My hand glows with power. My face is unreadable. I flinch. The mirror after that reveals something worse, something I didn't expect. A throne room, ancient yet familiar. At the centre, two figures rule, a woman draped in shadows and fire, me, but not me, and beside her, a gargoyle made flesh, crowned in bone and fury. Rhaegar. But not as he is now, as he could be if Medea had her way. They look content, powerful, untouchable. But when this version of me turns to the mirror, she smiles. And the smile is wrong, too sharp, too knowing. It's not a reflection, it's a warning. You can still be this, she says, I say, from behind the glass. You can have him, you can have it all. Just stop fighting it. No. My voice trembles, but I raise my hand. You're running from yourself, from me. She steps forward, pressing her palm to the glass. We are the same. You're just too afraid to admit it. Get out of my head. We're not in your head anymore, she purrs. This is memory, magic, and desire, all wrapped into one. I snarl and do the only thing I can. I smash the mirror. The shards don't scatter. They explode outward, glinting like stars turned to knives. A pulse of energy blasts from the glass, straight into my chest. A memory sigil, ancient and unforgiving, latches onto my magic and yanks me under. Darkness. Then pain. Memories roar through me. Not mine, not wholly. Medea's, blood pacts, binding circles, 1,000 battles waged in the name of power, 1,000 more in the name of love, and Rhaegar. Always Rhaegar. The boy she loved, the man she broke, the monster she tried to remake. I scream, but the sound doesn't make it past my lips. When I finally wake, I'm on the cold stone floor. Every muscle aches, my lungs burn. My palm, the one marked by the artifact, glows like a live coal. The sigil now etched deeper, pulsing in rhythm with something ancient and wrong. And he's there, but he's not. Rhaegar stands a few feet away, his back to me, shoulders heaving. His wings twitch violently, and his magic lashes around him like a wild beast broken free. I recognize the signs. He's losing control. No, he's being pulled apart. Medea, I whisper. She's here. I feel her presence, thick and cloying, a scent of roses rotting on the vine. She's speaking to him, not in words, in promises, in temptation, and he's listening. Not because he wants to, because he's afraid. Afraid of what I'm becoming, afraid of what he might have to do to stop it, afraid of failing again. No, I croak, pushing to my feet. My legs barely hold me, but I cross the room. I reach him, touch his shoulder. He flinches. Rhaegar, I whisper, louder now. He turns, and for one horrifying second, I see not the man, but the monster. His eyes blaze with gold and crimson, his fangs drip with power, his skin is cracking at the edges like obsidian under pressure. And still, he's beautiful to me. Because he's mine. I don't think, I just act, I kiss him. Not to save him, to remind him of us and what we are fighting for, of who we are when we are not broken. His body goes rigid, then softens. The magic slams into me like a tidal wave, our connection reigniting, pulling me into his storm. But this time, I don't let it consume me. I become the anchor. I kiss him harder, deeper, until his magic remembers me, until it stops trying to rewrite him into something he's not. When we break apart, he's panting. His claws have dug into the stone floor. I almost, he chokes out. I heard her. I saw what she wanted us to be. It was so easy. I saw it too, I whisper, resting my forehead to his. But easy doesn't mean right. He nods slowly. We need to destroy the artifact. Not yet, I say, voice shaking. There's more it's hiding. We need to understand it, before it understands us. He looks like he wants to argue, but he doesn't. He just wraps his wings around us both. And I feel for one fleeting second like maybe we still have a chance. Chapter 35. Nora. Rhaegar's arms tighten around me, his wings cocooning us in a world apart from the cursed ruins, the whispers in the stone, and the broken reflections of the girl I was, and the woman I could still become. For a breath, we are still. For a breath, I can feel only him. His forehead rests against mine, our breaths tangled and uneven. His magic still sizzles against my skin. And mine won't calm. It thrums inside me like it's learned the rhythm of his soul and refuses to forget it. I should pull away. I should tell him we need rest, a plan, anything to anchor us back into logic. But when I open my eyes, I see the war behind his. And worse, the guilt. You were slipping, I whisper. He closes his eyes. I was falling. I pulled you back. You shouldn't have had to. There's no accusation in his voice, but it cuts deeper than if he'd shouted. I slide my hand to his cheek, dragging my thumb down the edge of a new scar that wasn't there yesterday. I chose to, I murmur. You do the same for me. I already have. His voice is hoarse, and I'd do it again, 1,000 times, but that doesn't make it right. There's something in the way he says it. Final. Doomed. Like he's already decided this is the last time he'll let me save him. No, I won't let him carry this weight alone. I won't let guilt steal what little peace we have left. So I kiss him. Soft at first, just the brush of my lips against his, a question. He answers it by deepening the kiss, his fingers sliding to the back of my neck, like he's afraid I'll vanish if he lets go. There's nothing gentle in the way his mouth claims mine this time. No desperation, no survival, only want. It starts there, with the tremble in my hands and the shudder in his breath. Then it becomes more. His magic licks over my skin as I push him back against the nearest wall. He doesn't resist, doesn't flinch when I press my body flush to his, threading my fingers through the ruins of his shirt, dragging it away to feel the strength beneath. I need this, not just the heat of him, not just the burn that coils in my belly. I need him, all of him, because every time I see the fracture lines running down his body, every time his magic threatens to consume him, I remember what it's like to almost lose him, and I'm tired of almosts. His hands roam beneath the folds of my tunic, sliding over my ribs like they're counting every breath I've stolen back from death. He lifts me, effortless, and my legs wrap around his waist. Tell me to stop, he rasps against my mouth. No, I breathe, tangling my fingers in his hair, pulling his mouth back to mine. Don't you dare! He growls, low, guttural, and the sound shoots straight through me. He carries me deeper into the chamber, setting me down on a bed of cloth remnants from some forgotten ceremonial altar. There's reverence in the way he lowers me, worship in the way his gaze devours every inch of exposed skin. And when my clothes and the small fabric covering him falls away, when our magic surges with the contact of bare skin to bare soul, it's not desperate this time. It's surrender.
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
Chapter 36. Nora. We don't speak of the night before. There's no talk of what it meant, or what it could mean. No whispered promises in the afterglow, no declarations blooming like wildflowers in the dark. Only the quiet, only the warmth of his hand still resting loosely on my waist as morning filters in, fractured through the high ceiling of the ruin. Only the scent of him clinging to my skin, a memory soaked into the fabric of my breath. Only the ache in my limbs that reminds me we crossed a line, again. And yet, neither of us moves. The moment stretches long between us, coiled and silent, filled with all the things we don't dare say. I can feel his heartbeat against my spine, steady now, not the shuddering storm it had been the night before. That at least is something. Eventually, I rise. He lets me. I dress in silence, aware of his gaze like a weight along my back. It doesn't burn. It anchors. But still, I keep my thoughts buried deep as I cross the chamber, toward the spot where the artifact still pulses faintly in its resting place. The spire has changed. The crack that bloomed when I touched it remains, glowing faintly beneath its surface like a vein of molten gold. But now, new runes have surfaced, etched high along its body, in sharp angles that shift when I try to look too closely. I narrow my eyes, heart pounding. They look familiar. And then they're not just familiar, they're comprehensible. The symbols rearrange in my mind, no longer shapeless glyphs but language, words, meaning. My lips move without thinking, mouth forming syllables I've never spoken before, and yet instinctively know. Varn Ashar, Tu Hadrin Medea. The artifact responds. A slow vibration ripples out, not in sound, but sensation, like the ground beneath me is exhaling. My knees buckle slightly under the weight of the reaction, and Rhaegar is instantly at my side. "What did you say?" he demands, eyes scanning me like I might shatter again. I stare at the spire, breath caught in my throat. "I don't know," I whisper. "I mean, I do. I knew the words. They just came. It's the Wraithborn tongue. I understood it." Rhaegar stiffens. That language is lost. Dead. No one speaks it anymore. I didn't speak it. I remembered it. His jaw clenches. And still I can feel it, tugging at my mind like a hook in my spine. A whisper. A call. I step closer to the artifact again, hand hovering just above its surface. The glyphs shimmer and align into clear words this time, and I read them aloud, voice steady despite the chill crawling up my spine. Here lies the broken flame, shattered soul of she who was once Medea, bound in blood, sealed in pain. To wield is to awaken is to surrender. Rhaegar curses under his breath. I don't move. It takes a second for the meaning to fully register. It's alive, I breathe. This isn't just some relic or tool of power. It's a prison. Rhaegar steps between me and the spire, face grim. A prison with Medea still inside. I nod, slowly. Or part of her. The part that couldn't die. That was torn from her when she fell. His expression twists. Then anyone who touches it long enough risks being possessed. I finish, voice low. She's in there, whispering, waiting. Rhaegar backs away, his whole posture shifting into defensive fury. Then we destroy it. No, I say sharply, stepping between him and the artifact. We can't. You can't be serious. I am. I turn to him, my voice shaking now. If we destroy it, we lose the only thing that can stop her. That can sever the contract. It's not just a threat, it's the answer. His eyes narrow. Or it's a trap. Maybe it's both. We stand there, breathing hard, the artifact pulsing behind me like a second heartbeat. His eyes fall to my hand, still faintly glowing where the magic touched me last. You're already marked. I nod. And I think, that's why I could speak the language. Why I could read her prison. I don't like where this is going. I lift my hand. I can control it. You think you can, he growls. But what if you can't? What if she uses that mark to twist your will, like she did with the mirror? I stop myself then. I can do it again. I saw your face when you said her name, he whispers. It wasn't yours. That silences me, because I remember it too. The flicker in the mirror, the vision of my hands bloodied with power, the echo of Rhaegar dying at my feet while I wore a crown of ruin. But I also remember something else. His hands pulling me back, his voice grounding me, the kiss that shattered whatever grip Medea thought she had. I'm not her, I say, and I'm not you either, Rhaegar. I can't always fight the way you do. Sometimes I have to understand, even if it means getting close to the edge. He steps closer, breath brushing my cheek. Just don't fall off it. My voice lowers. Not if you catch me. For a long time he says nothing. Then he exhales. We'll figure this out, but we do it together. And if she tries to take you, she won't, I say fiercely. She doesn't get to win. Not this time. He stares at me a moment longer, then finally nods. And behind us, the spire pulses again. Alive, waiting, and bound to me.
Chapter 37. Rhaegar. The air around the artifact hums like it knows we're about to destroy it. Nora stands in front of it, her hands still faintly glowing with the aftershock of the translation. Her expression is unreadable. Still. Too still. It unsettles me. I'm standing only a few paces behind her, blades at the ready, every muscle tense with unspoken anticipation. This thing, this prison, has been the root of too much. And the moment she understood what it truly was, I thought the decision would be easy. But she hasn't moved, hasn't said a word. The spire pulses in quiet defiance, veins of red and gold pulsing through obsidian. A heartbeat, a breath, a tether to something that wants to be free. I move toward her cautiously. Nora? She doesn't turn, doesn't blink. Her head tilts ever so slightly to the side, as if listening to something only she can hear. I know what it's doing, I say, louder now. It's whispering to you again. You have to fight it. You have to be the one to end this. She finally speaks, but her voice is strange, soft, cold. She says, if we keep it, we don't have to fight anymore. We could rule. Together. My blood runs ice cold, but not because of what she says, but because I see it. Her eyes, not blue, not gold, black. Glinting with fire, I move fast. Blade in hand, I spin and drive it forward, not toward her, but toward the artifact. I don't hesitate. Steel strikes stone, and a shriek erupts. Not from the artifact, but from within it. Something alive, something caged. The first blow fractures the surface. The second splits the glyphs apart in a burst of light. The third wakes the dead. The ground quakes. The runes flare. The entire ruin shudders, as if trying to breathe through a shattered lung. And then, a shadow peels itself free from the far wall. Not just another Wraithborn scout. This one is different. Taller. Armored in bone, etched with ritual markings. A helm like a broken crown, its mouth sewn shut with molten gold, and yet I hear its voice. Inside my head. You dare awaken me? The Wraithborn warlord. One of Medea's generals. I raise my blade just in time as it descends, sword gleaming with soul flame. The impact sends me skidding back across the floor. I slam into a pillar hard enough to fracture bone. My vision spins, my magic stutters, but I force myself upright. Nora, run! She doesn't. She's frozen, clutching her head. Her magic is flaring around her like a storm barely leashed, reacting to the warlord's presence, maybe even resonating with it. He steps toward her, ignoring me now. His focus is her, and she still hasn't moved. You were mine once, the warlord says inside our heads. You wore a crown of ruin. You bound us with blood. Come back and we will finish what we began. I throw my blade. It slices across his face, more a distraction than a wound. But it buys me seconds. I charge again, claws extended, wings tearing the ash behind me as I crash into him. The warlord catches me by the throat, lifts me like I'm nothing. His fingers burn into my skin. My magic howls in protest, flickering like it wants to collapse, and then Nora screams, not a cry of fear, a command. The air detonates around us in a shockwave of pure ancient power. Magic not born of this age, older, wilder, hers. The warlord reels, his grip loosening as fire, not elemental but something deeper, wraps around his limbs and begins to burn inward. He shrieks without opening his mouth, his armor melting, his form unraveling. I fall, gasping, and Nora rises. Her eyes glow not with Medea's hunger, but her own fury, her own will. She speaks in the Wraithborn tongue, low and furious. Words that tear reality, twist the stone beneath her feet. You are unbound. You are forgotten. You have no dominion here. The warlord collapses. Not dead, not destroyed, but banished. His armor crumbles into dust, leaving only silence behind. The magic vanishes, and then she sinks to her knees. I'm at her side in an instant, wrapping my arms around her even as I shake. She's trembling, eyes wide, breath shallow. I didn't know I could do that, she whispers. I didn't know anyone could do that, I answer. I wasn't Medea, she says softly. No. I brush her hair from her cheek. You were you, and you saved us. But her voice breaks as she says, It scared me. I pull her into my arms tighter. It scared me too. For one terrible second, I wasn't sure which side she was on. Now I wonder if she knows anymore.
Chapter 38. Nora. Ash drifts in the still air like forgotten snowfall. The ground where the Wraithborn warlord fell is scorched black, a circular wound in the earth where magic bled raw and ancient. Rhaegar hasn't left my side since it ended, since I spoke words that didn't come from memory, but instinct. As if something deep within me had waited centuries to rise and answer. Now that it has, I can't stop shaking. The tremors in my hands aren't from fear anymore. They're from certainty. I stand slowly, ignoring the ache in my limbs. My magic pulses low beneath my skin, sore but steady. The runes etched on the bones of the ruin walls still flicker faintly, as if remembering, as if watching. And when I look at my arm, I see it. The mark. Wraithborn sigils glow dimly on the inside of my left wrist, like ink lit by firelight. Not burning, not branding, claiming. I trace it with my fingers, and for once, I don't flinch. Nora. Rhaegar's voice is quiet, rough with fatigue and something unspoken. He stands a few steps away, his body still battle-worn, chest streaked with dried blood, and half-healed cracks that glow faintly with the magic I poured into him. His wings twitch behind him like the remnants of a half-forgotten storm. He's always carried ruin in his bones. But today I saw how close it came to breaking him. "I'm fine," I say, even though I'm not sure I believe it. "No, you're not." He takes a cautious step closer. "You almost..." His jaw tightens. "That wasn't just power back there, Nora. That was Medea. She's trying to wear you down. The more you use that kind of magic..." "I know." I cut in softly. I felt it. But I didn't let her win. "You barely held her off," he growls. "The next time, you might not." Silence stretches between us, brittle and sharp. Then I speak, letting the words come slowly, steadily, like laying stones in a foundation. "I'm not her, not anymore, not again. I choose who I am." He looks at me, and I see the war in his eyes, the one between faith and fear. "She'll keep trying," he says. "You know that." "Yes." I lift my chin. "But I'm not running from who I am anymore." A long pause, and then his shoulders sag, just slightly. The tension doesn't leave him, not fully, but his gaze softens. "Then we need to leave this place. Now, the longer we stay, the harder it'll be to stop her. We need distance." I shake my head. "No." He stills. "Nora. I know where we have to go next." I turn from him and walk toward the archway that leads deeper into the ruin, where the map showed the next path. The place where the pact was forged, where this all began. I need to see it. He follows, but his footsteps are hesitant. "You're talking about the Purna sanctum." "Not anymore," I murmur. "Not since the war. The stronghold belongs to the dark elves now, the ones who've hunted me since the moment I breathed." "That's suicide." "No," I say, "it's full circle." I stop and look back at him. To end this, I have to face where it began, where Medea made the pact, where I made it. "You don't know what they'll do if they find you." "I do." My voice is low, certain. "They'll try to kill me. Again." "Then why?" "Because I need the truth, Rhaegar," I say, turning fully to him. "All of it. I need to know what she did, what I did, what they want from me, and why they couldn't kill me before. If I'm going to defeat her, I need to understand what made her." He doesn't argue. He only watches me with that quiet, storm-filled expression I've come to understand means he's already planning 10 different ways to keep me alive. Even if he disagrees, even if it breaks him. "We leave at first light," he says finally. I nod once, and something fragile flickers between us. Not safety, not peace, but something like trust. As we move through the narrow passage that leads out of the ruined heart of the Wraithborn sanctum, I glance one last time at the mark on my wrist. The glow is dim now, fading like a candle burning low, but it's still there. A reminder of what I was and what I could become, of what I choose not to be. I close my fist over it. I am Nora, and I will decide how this ends.
Chapter 39, Rygar. Ash still clings to us as we travel. The residue of magic, war, and the choices neither of us can unmake. It seeps into the folds of my cloak, tangles in Nora's braid, coats the fragile silence between our footsteps with a weight we don't speak of. Not yet. Not while the wind carries the scent of old blood and older betrayal. By the time we reach the edge of the Purna stronghold, night has swallowed the horizon whole. The stars hide behind thick clouds like frightened gods, and the air carries the sharp, metallic sting of warding spells long since faded. It's quieter than it should be. Too quiet. The kind of silence that means something is waiting, watching. The terrain changes without warning, forest giving way to jagged stone, like the world itself was gutted and left to rot. Ruined obelisks lean like broken teeth around a vast chasm, the shattered remains of a bridge half sunken into shadow. This place, it was once sacred. Before the war, before the dark elves claimed it, before Medea carved her mark into the bones of this land and cursed everything that dared to remember her. Now it feels cursed in a different way. Abandoned not by time, but by mercy. Nora pauses beside me, her gaze trained on the path that winds downward into the blackened cliffs. She doesn't speak, but she doesn't have to. Her magic hums beneath her skin like a storm still leashed, coiled and patient but restless. I can feel it as surely as I feel the one buried in my own bones. This way, I whisper, nodding toward the crag where the old smuggler's tunnel still exists, buried beneath centuries of stone and spell. Few remember it. Fewer have survived it. But I've walked it before. Alone, with blood on my hands and Medea's voice in my head. We slip through the crevice one at a time, cloaks brushing the damp stone, the smell of wet earth and old decay curling around us like a warning. The tunnel mouth yawns like a throat that never learned how to scream, and I feel it immediately. The echo. It starts as a pulse in the back of my mind. Faint, like a memory trying to claw its way free. I bite my lips and keep walking. One step, then another. Nora is silent behind me, her breath steady, her footsteps soft and deliberate. She trusts me to lead. But I don't trust the ground beneath our feet. As we descend, the light fades completely. Only the faint glow of her sigils and the shimmer in my eyes guide us, casting long, shivering shadows across the walls. The stones down here bleed memory, not metaphorically, literally. The deeper we go, the more the walls begin to shift, subtle at first. Cracks that weren't there, patterns in the stone that seem to crawl if you stare too long. And then come the voices. Not audible, not in the air. They speak inside me. Rhaegar, Medea purrs in my skull, her voice all silk and wrought. Do you remember how sweet the promise was? I flinch. My fist curls around the hilt at my side, not to draw it, but to ground myself. Ignore her, Nora says behind me. Her voice is calm, anchored. She'll say anything to pull you back in. I nod, though I don't look back. I can't afford to. If I see her face, I'll falter. And I need to be still right now. The tunnel opens slowly into what once was the inner sanctum, a vast antechamber now fractured by time and war. Crumbled columns, melted sigils, bones turned to dust. But the center still holds. The pact room. The altar is broken but not destroyed. Slabs of obsidian veined stone lie scattered around the dais, glowing faintly with residual power. The air here is thick, oppressive. It weighs on the skin like a second body. My magic recoils. My heart begins to pound, not from fear, but recognition. This is where I gave her my soul. Not with ceremony, not even with intent. It happened in a breath, in a choice. I was broken, desperate. And she was everything I needed her to be. Power, salvation, revenge. And she branded me for it. I step into the center and the world shudders. Not around me, in me. Flash. I see the chamber as it was, lit in gold and crimson, runes freshly carved into stone still wet with blood. Flash. My knees bruised and raw from kneeling too long. Medea's hand cupping my chin, her mouth curved in mockery and promise. Flash. Swear to me, and I will make you a god among shadows. The pain surges in my chest, and I nearly stagger. Nora's voice cuts through it like a blade. Rhaegar! I breathe hard. I remember it all. I know. I didn't understand what I was giving up, I whisper. No one does until it's too late. I look at her finally. Her eyes glow faintly, and in that light I see 1,000 unsaid things. This is the place where I lost myself. This is the place where I can start taking it back. My hand goes to the altar. It's warm, alive, still connected to her. I have to sever it, I say aloud. Not just to her, to the room, to the past. Not with magic, with choice. Nora's voice is steady. What will it cost? I look at the runes, feel the pull deep in my marrow. The pact isn't just a memory. It's a tether. To sever it, something must replace it. Everything, I say, and I draw my blade and the artifact.
From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires,
demons,
dark elves,
gods.
minotaurs, creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks,
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks,
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka Fantasy Romance Bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless. Chapter 40. Nora. The scream tears through the air before I realise it's mine. It burns its way up from the pit of my lungs like fire turned inward, my vision blurring as I stumble backward from the collapsing altar. Dust falls like ash from the crumbling dome, stone groaning as if the ruin itself mourns something ancient and vengeful being ripped away. Rhaegar is on his knees, breath ragged, the fractured remains of the artifact still clutched in one hand, sharp obsidian edges biting into his palm, blood dripping like an offering across his knuckles. And then everything stills. The magic doesn't fade. It shifts, turns, twists inside me. I feel it burrow into my ribs like a splinter. Cold, familiar, unwelcome. My legs buckle. I hit the stone floor hard, the cracked bones of my wrist flaring with pain as I reach blindly for something, anything to anchor me. But the altar pulses with residual magic, and I realise too late what it was hiding. Not just the tether, a gate, a door, and I left it open. She's already inside me before I can scream. I know this voice. It slides through me like silk dipped in poison. She doesn't rage. She doesn't beg. She purrs. You should have left well enough alone, child. I try to move, claw my way out from under her weight, but my limbs don't answer. My thoughts fracture. Her laughter echoes inside my skull like shattered crystal. My breath seizes. My heart stutters. Rhaegar's voice is distant, too far away to reach. Nora! But I can't speak, can't warn him. The world tilts and I see my body rise. Only it's not me anymore. She wears me like a crown. My bones, my blood, my voice, and when she turns to Rhaegar, it's with my eyes, my mouth, but none of me inside. The look she gives him is soft, seductive. Her hand brushes hair from her face, lips curve, and I feel every muscle betray me, every nerve obey her command like they were always hers to begin with. You poor broken creature, she croons, stepping over the shards of the artifact. She doesn't understand what you are, Rhaegar, what you could be. He doesn't move. Not yet. but I see the tremor in his jaw, the doubt she's always known how to exploit. Her smile deepens. She thinks she loves you, but she loves the idea of what you could become with her help. Not what you are, not the ruin inside you. Her hand lifts, to his cheek this time, and my stomach churns with helpless rage. I love that ruin. I made it. Rhaegar's wings twitch, his shoulders square, but he still hasn't spoken. And that's when she leans closer, I lean closer, and whispers the final blow. You could have everything, her body, my power, eternity bound in flame and stone. Say yes, and I will unmake even the gods for you. The chamber breathes in, and Rhaegar moves. He doesn't flinch, doesn't hesitate. His hand, still bleeding, tightens around the artifact's jagged remains. He looks into my eyes, not hers, mine, and I feel it, that last thread of connection between us. Fragile, flickering, but real. Then he raises the broken artifact high over his head and slams it into the altar. The sound is wrong. It doesn't echo. It splits. Magic detonates outward like a dying star, the runes on the altar screaming in a dozen forgotten tongues as they unravel. The chamber howls. The floor beneath me, her, fractures. Light bleeds through the cracks like golden veins. A scream tears from my throat. No, her throat. Medea howls. Not like a woman, like a thing being cast out of its host for the last time. I feel her claws dig into my mind, her fury lashing every part of me she can still touch. But she's unravelling. The gate is closing. The tether is gone. You were mine, she shrieks. You were made from my rib, my fire. I dig in, not with power, but with memory. My mother's lullaby. Rhaegar's hand in mine beneath the ruins. My name, Nora. Not Medea, never again. I collapse to the floor as she rips free. The air turns sharp, wild, the magic shattering like glass. I feel my body convulse. My pulse stutters and then returns. My fingers twitch. I'm me again, and I can't stop shaking. Rhaegar is beside me in an instant, arms wrapped tight around me, his forehead pressed to mine. His breath comes in sharp, shallow bursts. Nora, he whispers, you came back. I try to answer, but the words catch in my throat. Instead, I reach up and place a hand over his, grounding myself in the weight of him, the realness of him. I never left, I rasp. Not really. He exhales shakily, pulling me closer until I feel his pulse against my chest, steady and alive. She tried to... He chokes on the rest, doesn't finish it. I know, and I do. I felt it. The way she used me, the way she touched him with my hands, poisoned him with promises I'd never make. But he didn't choose her. He chose me. The ruin begins to collapse in earnest now. Stone rain, screaming magic. The death of something that was never meant to live this long. He scoops me into his arms, stone skin flaring across his shoulders as his gargoyle form takes over. Wings unfurl. Eyes burn like stars behind a storm. Hold on, he growls. I do. And we rise.
Chapter 41. Rhaegar. The wind tears at my wings, cold and relentless, but I barely feel it. Nora is in my arms, her heartbeat pressed against mine, and for a few stolen breaths, that's all that matters. The ruin crumbles beneath us, swallowed in flame and shrieking magic, while the stronghold behind it erupts into chaos. Columns fall, wards rupture, dark elf sentries shout over the cacophony, blades drawn, eyes wild with confusion as the sky splits in hues of red and ash. They don't know what happened. They never saw her. They'll never know how close the world came to burning. She watches them as we rise higher, her face turned toward the destruction below, eyes wide not with fear, but with something like awe, like peace. Her arms wrap tighter around my neck, a silent confession that she's holding on not because she's afraid, but because she's free. And, God's help me, I want to believe it's over. I want to believe that we won. Her voice is a whisper at my throat. It's done. She's gone. I nod, unable to speak around the weight in my chest. Medea is gone. The tether is severed. The ruin is dying. And Nora is safe. She exhales slowly, her forehead pressing into the hollow of my neck as I beat my wings harder, pushing us beyond the mountains, beyond the fire and the ruin and the past. Her magic curls warm against mine, steady in daze. No whispers, no tremors, just Nora. And for a moment, for one fragile golden moment, I let myself believe. Until I feel it. It starts as a tug, deep in my chest, sharp and familiar, like something ancient waking from the bottom of my ribcage. I falter, just slightly. The wind stutters around us and she lifts her head. Rhaegar? I push through, gritting my teeth as I correct our flight path, but the pain spreads, quietly, insistently, like cracks in stone. Her brow furrows. What's wrong? I don't answer, because I already know, but I don't want her to. Not yet. The wind shifts again, sharper this time. My wings beat harder. I can't let her fall, but I feel it now, the splintering. Not in the air. In me. The skin across my arms begins to tighten, stiffen. The edges of my vision blur. I hear it in the way the wind no longer answers my flight, the way the magic inside me sputters like a dying flame. And then I lose control. The descent is sudden, violent. We plummet. My wings seize mid-flight, bones locking with a sound I barely register. She screams my name, arms clutching me as we spiral. I angle us down, twisting with everything I have left to shield her. The trees rise like spears, the ground a blur of green and stone. We hit. The impact cracks through me. My body takes the brunt, wings flared, stone shielding, arms locked around her. We roll, the earth tearing into me, the last of my strength unraveling with every breath. The world tilts, my vision blackens. But she's alive. I made sure of that. She scrambles over me, dirt and tears smeared across her face. Her hands find my cheeks, shaking, trembling, frantic. Rhaegar! Rhaegar! What's happening? Why did we fall? I try to speak, fail, try again. My magic, I whisper, voice rough with pain. It's breaking. Her eyes widen, pupils blown wide with panic. No. No, we're past this. You destroyed the tether. We made it out. It's over. It's not. Her hands press against the cracks in my skin. Real cracks now, spiderwebbing across my chest, down my arms. The stone isn't shifting. It's fracturing, splitting from the inside. She sees it, and horror dawns. No, she breathes. No, no, no. What's happening to you? I reach up, brush my thumb along her jaw. Slow, gentle, one last time. When I brought you back, my voice breaks, and I cough, tasting ash. You were gone. No breath. Almost no heartbeat. You were supposed to die, Nora. She shakes her head violently. Don't say that. But I couldn't let you go. I smile, faint and broken. So I made a bargain. The only kind Protheka recognizes. Her eyes gleam wet in the fading light. Tears. I gave my life, I whisper, for yours. Even if I die now, you won't die. Our bond will be severed the moment I die. What I didn't tell her is my soul will burn forever, unable to rest, and will forever wander in the void. Her breath stutters. That's not... You can't just... Nothing in Protheka is freely given, I murmur, my voice quiet now, my chest aching with every heartbeat. It always takes something back. She collapses over me, hands gripping my shoulders, shaking. Then take it back. Give it to me. I don't want it without you. I manage a laugh. It's rough, soft, real. You've always had it. She leans in, forehead pressed to mine. Please don't do this. Please don't leave me. I didn't know what it was, I say, fingers brushing her hair from her face, even as they begin to crumble. That feeling. Why I kept choosing you, saving you, fighting beside you. It was always love, wasn't it? Her sob rips through the surroundings like a dagger. Yes, she chokes. It was. It is. I close my eyes. Not to die, but to remember the last thing I want to see. Her. Then it was worth it. And I smile as the cracks deepen, as the light inside me begins to flicker out. She screams. Her voice shatters the trees, the sky, the stars. She holds me tighter, like her body alone can stop the breaking. I won't let you go, she sobs. You hear me? I won't let you go. But I'm already half stone, already slipping from her grasp. And still, I think I'd choose her again. Even now.
Chapter 42. Nora. I've never felt silence like this before. It isn't peace, it isn't stillness, and it's absence. Rhaegar lies broken beneath me, the last echoes of his laughter still warm on my skin. But his chest no longer rises. His body, stone and flesh intertwined, is still, fissured with lightless cracks, like veins of ash tracing his final sacrifice. He was smiling when he said it was love. And now he's gone. No, not gone. Not yet. I press my hands against his chest, fingers trembling, heart breaking with every second that ticks past. The world around us is hushed in reverence, forest shadows standing vigil, moonlight pooling through torn branches, wind skimming the earth like it too, knows something sacred has just been taken. I won't let this be the end. I won't let death win. There is a right, the memory whispers, not in my voice but Medea's, before she was monster, before she was hunger, when she was still a woman, still Purna. A right for resurrection. No, not resurrection, preservation, a shared soul, a divided life, two bound as one. I fall to my knees beside him, blood streaked down my arms, heart thundering so violently it threatens to drown out the ancient words rising in my mind. It's forbidden, forgotten, but not gone, because she used it once, and I remember now. I take a deep breath and close my eyes, laying my palm against the cold stone of his chest. The fracture beneath it pulses faintly, like the last beat of a dying heart. My magic stirs, weak but intact, still mine. I dig my fingers into the earth beside me, clawing through moss and root until I find stone, black and veined with faint amber lines. A focus. It doesn't need to be pure, it just needs to be ancient. I draw it to me, place it between us, and I begin. The words pour from my lips in the old tongue, not Medea's corrupted version, but the one buried beneath layers of blood and bone. My voice shakes at first, but then it finds rhythm, cadence, will. Magic blooms like poison in reverse, seeping from my fingertips, from the centre of my chest, from the soul I'm about to carve in half. I offer what was never meant to be given, I whisper, the right flowing through me like a storm barely leashed. A life split, a flame divided, one heart halved. My skin burns, my vision blurs, but I keep going. Take what you need to preserve what should not yet be taken. The air thickens, the stone glows, and then the pain hits. It's not fire, it's memory. Every moment of my life floods my body at once. My childhood in the Purna sanctum, my first betrayal, the day I met Rhaegar, the nights I didn't sleep because I was too afraid of what I might become. And then, him. His voice. His touch. The way he looked at me like I was worth saving. I cry out as the rite takes hold, something inside me snapping, not in pain, but in cost. My magic surges outward, not alone this time, but joined with something deeper, something real. A golden light bursts from my chest, tethering me to him, wrapping his cracked, still body in a cocoon of power laced with grief and devotion. The ritual ceases. I scream, and then nothing. Silence again. The stone fades, the tether dims, and Rhaegar doesn't move. I collapse over him, chest heaving, tears spilling freely. My hand curls into his shirt, gripping him like a lifeline that's already gone slack. It wasn't enough, I whisper. Gods, please. It wasn't enough. I bury my face in the curve of his neck, sobbing. I gave half of myself, more than half, and still, it wasn't enough. Maybe love was never meant to win in Protheka. Maybe this world only knows how to take. I would have chosen you, I whisper against his skin. In every world, every lifetime, even if I had to watch you die 1,000 times, I'd still choose you. His body is cold now. Still. Gone. I begin to pull away, every part of me shattered, when his fingers twitch. At first I think I imagined it, but then they move again. Slowly, weakly. Stone cracks with a low groan as his arm lifts, trembling. I freeze, my heart lodges in my throat, and then his eyes open. Not Medea's black, not the gold of corrupted soul flame. His eyes. Rhaegar, alive, breathing, looking at me like he's just seen the sun for the first time. Nora? His voice is raw, disbelieving. I can't speak. I throw myself into his arms, sobbing, laughing, clinging to him as his body warms beneath mine, the fractures still visible but glowing, stitched with gold magic like scars that no longer threaten to break. You're alive! I cry into his neck. You're here! His arms wrap around me, tight, fierce, real. I thought I was gone. You were, I whisper, pulling back just enough to see his face. But I brought you back. I gave you half my soul. His gaze darkens, full of wonder and anguish. Nora, you shouldn't have... I wanted to, I say, cutting him off with trembling hands cradling his face. I chose to, because I love you too. Then I kiss him, in a world that's tried to take everything from us. He kisses me back, not with desperation, not with hunger, but with something terrifying in its gentleness. Hope.
Chapter 43. Rhaegar. 3 weeks. That's how long it's been since she gave me half her soul and shattered every truth I thought I knew about Protheka. 3 weeks since the last scream echoed through the ruined sanctum, since the pact was severed, since death came for me. And she made it kneel. And now we live, not hidden or hunted, just quiet. The mountains rise around us like sleeping gods, ancient and untouched. Their peaks vanish into cloud-thick skies, their valleys laced with rivers that whisper old songs through pines, older than the Purna line. Our home rests nestled between stone and sky, built into the cliffs themselves, half carved from earth, half shaped from memory. A sanctuary of wood, firelight, and the soft scent of wildflowers she's begun growing along the eastern wall. I never imagined a place like this could exist. Not for me, not for us. Nora moves like she belongs here, barefoot in the grass, hair down, unbound by duty or fear. Her laughter threads through the wind sometimes, soft and unguarded, as if the weight of our story finally slipped from her shoulders the moment she chose to live again. And me? I still wake in the middle of the night, waiting for the world to shatter. But it doesn't. Her breath, warm against my chest. Her hand always reaching for mine. That's what brings me back each time. Not spells, not swords, her. Today the sun doesn't rise golden, it rises silver, cloud-filtered, cool and ethereal. The kind of morning that feels like it doesn't belong to time, but to magic. She stands near the edge of the cliff, cloak billowing around her in the breeze, eyes closed, face tilted to the wind like it carries answers to questions she hasn't asked aloud. I watch her from the doorway of our home, arms crossed, heart aching with something I can't name. She turns before I speak. She always knows when I'm near. Her smile is quiet, fierce. "Is it time?" she asks. I nod, because it is. There are no witnesses, no priests, no scrolls, no gilded altar, only us. And the mountain, and the magic that still hums beneath the stone like a heart that refuses to die. We walk together to the grove just beyond the cliffside, where the trees twist in perfect spirals, and the rocks form a natural ring as if carved by the gods for this purpose alone. In the center the earth pulses faintly, ancient, alive. The place she chose, the place I said yes. We stand across from each other, hands empty, eyes full. I take her in. This woman who once stood at the edge of ruin and chose me anyway. Her dark hair tangles in the wind. Her eyes are steady, even as they shimmer with emotion she doesn't try to hide. And when she speaks, her voice is not loud, but it is everything. "I give you my breath," she whispers, lifting her palm, "so you never forget the sound of mine against yours." A breeze curls around her fingers, golden threads of magic dancing between us. My chest aches. "I give you my silence," I answer, "so when the world is too loud, you'll always have a place to rest." I step closer. "I give you my strength," she says, voice trembling slightly, "so when you falter, you remember you're never alone." "And I give you my shadow," I say, reaching for her, "so no darkness ever touches you again." We meet in the middle, fingers brushing, hearts bared. The old rites were forged with blood. Ours is made with choice and strengthened by blood. She draws a line of magic across my wrist, the same across her own, just shallow enough to call forth the glow beneath the skin. Not pain, power. We press them together. Her magic, warm, fierce, unyielding, meets mine. Ancient, steady, forged in stone. And something answers. The earth breathes. The trees sway. The runes carved in bark long ago light with soft white fire. We don't need a god to bless this. We are the miracle. I look into her eyes and the words fall from my lips not like a vow, but like truth that's always been there. I've been many things, Nora. Soldier, monster, weapon, but I have never been whole until I was yours. She steps closer, tears glistening in her lashes, and places a hand over my chest. "You were never a monster," she whispers. "You were a man forced to forget his name. I will spend every day reminding you." She rises to her toes, and when she kisses me, I feel the mountains hold their breath. Our souls ignite. Where they were once halved, they now pulse in time. Not separate. Never again. We don't need witnesses. The magic remembers. It weaves between our fingers as we sink to the moss-covered ground together. The rite sealed not with chants or crowns, but the way she clings to me like I'm the only thing anchoring her to this world. And maybe I am. Maybe she is. Maybe we both are. In the end, that's what love is in Protheka. It's chosen. Even when the world is ash, even when the gods look away, we choose each other.
Chapter 44. Nora. The magic hasn't faded. It lingers on our skin, soaked into the moss beneath us, woven through the air like threads of starlight suspended in time. The grove is hushed now, but not empty. It feels like something has witnessed us, chosen not to speak but to bless. Rhaegar sits beside me, fingers still twined with mine. The edges of his stone form softening into flesh beneath the weight of shared warmth. His chest rises in slow, reverent breaths. The glow beneath his skin, the one that fractured with death, now pulses faintly in sync with mine. Our bond, our vow. No chains, no crowns, only this. Us, ... I look at him, and the world ceases to exist. The mountains fade, the sky dissolves. All that's left is the man who nearly died in my arms, who chose death over power, and then chose me again when life offered him a second chance. I can still feel you, he whispers, voice low and hoarse with wonder. In here. His hand touches his chest, then mine, fingers brushing the spot where the soul-binding magic settled. Not a brand, not a curse, a claim, sacred and quiet, like breath. You have all of me, I answer, the way he looks at me. It isn't hunger, it isn't need, it's reverence, and it undoes me. He leans in slowly, giving me time to pull away if I choose. But I don't. I press my mouth to his first, soft and tentative at the edges. But the moment he exhales against my lips, the kiss deepens. His hand finds my waist, anchoring me to him as our bodies relearn each other not through urgency, but gratitude. This isn't a battlefield, not anymore. It's a beginning. I crawl into his lap, knees bracketing his hips, my cloak slipping from my shoulders as his hands slide beneath it. His touch is reverent, mapping every inch of skin like it's a language he once forgot and is now relearning syllable by syllable. The warmth between us grows. Slow, steady, earned. He kisses the side of my throat, the hollow between my collarbones, the curve of my jaw, and I feel myself open to him like a prayer. I almost lost you. I breathe, hands in his hair, pulling him closer. Don't make me say goodbye again. You won't, he swears, voice trembling. Not in this life, not in the next. His hands slide along my thighs, my ribs, my spine. Everywhere he touches, magic sparks, gentle and golden, soft like the first morning light. I arch into him, breath hitching when his mouth returns to mine, deeper this time, more desperate, but still gentle. Still us, clothes fall away like mist. No rush, no command. Just hands and mouths and gasps shared in the cradle of sacred earth. The runes carved into the surrounding trees glow faintly, echoing our bond, lighting in response to every whispered vow, every murmured name. He lowers me onto the moss, his body covering mine, and for what feels like lifetimes, there is no fear in being touched. Only awe. His weight is comforting, real. I trace the cracks still etched along his shoulders, remnants of the death that nearly claimed him. They shimmer under my fingertips, silver and warm, like rivers of starlight carved into flesh. He shudders. Nora, he says, broken and raw. Tell me this isn't a dream. I wrap my arms around him and hold him close. It's not, I whisper. It's finally real.
This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. And as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the Worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back.